hadosszak meg. Kérem szépen a telefonokat csendes üzemmódba tartani, lehetőleg ne is rezegjen. A tolmácskészülékeket mindenki megkapta, tehát azt tudjátok, hogy az, amit kell tenni. Egy olyan fontos információ van még, hogy hétfő reggel lesz lehetőség az Ötvös Történeti Múzeumban egy tárlatvezetésre, amelyet 2 szakértő kollégánk fog menedzselni, magyarul és angolul. Ez a közönségdíjas nyertesünknek, Amálnak a díja, amit nagy örömmel megoszt minden résztvevővel, aki szeretne ehhez a programhoz kapcsolódni. Jó, a részletekről Balázs Horváth Brigitta tud címet adni, vagy bármit mondani nektek. A fontos, hogy gyertek, nézzétek meg minél többen ezt az érdekes kiállítást. Mai napon úgy fogunk menni, hogy az első blokk az magyar lesz, a fordítás és a szinkrontolmácsolás miatt, és a többi blokk pedig angolul folytatódik, és ez szerint haladunk tovább. 2 előadásonként lesz kávészünet, és délben, akik velünk tartottak és jelentkeznek, akkor kint melegételt szolgálunk fel, és ezt folytatjuk estig. Este pedig ugye sort kerítünk a nagyon várva várt ünnepi megnyitóra és díját adó ünnepünkre. Szeretettel köszöntöm az előadókat, és legelsősorban szeretném megkérni dr. Kiss Ferencet, hogy tartsa meg bevezető előadását. Ő az MTA Tudásmenedzsment Munkabizottságának az elnöke. Nagyon régen ismerem és nagyon tisztelem őt, fogadjátok nagyon nagy szeretettel.
Szép jó napot kívánok mindenkinek!
Everybody. If technology helps me, we can go on.
Ígértem a György.
I promised one thing to Georgie, to speak about science without any technical terms, just put my own thoughts forward. But if there are any questions, you can go deeper into the subject. The framework of our common thinking is in fact the exhibition itself and its messages, but to take a further starting point, the basic everyday conceptions to be mentioned and which we use all perhaps ought to be defined so that we all understand each other. And perhaps if we find this common denominator, this will enhance our understanding of each other. Many of us use these words by various definitions. Basic information is the first to speak of, as there is some obscurity as to its proper definition. In order to understand how we learn and how we pass our knowledge on to others, we will have to understand that there are such things as facts which are registered or recorded by words or a photograph or any other means. So far, it's data and becomes information by virtue of being interpreted. So if the porter wears red socks, that's a fact I'm not concerned with. But if I am under obligation to wear the same kind of socks, that would count as information. Information as it affects me personally. And if the statement about the color of the socks is repeated, that is just reinstating the facts. Teaching is about telling people things they're interested in. If there's a lack of interest, there's no point in teaching. We will not be able to pass the information on. In the same way, we can surely say that if we repeat the same information 15 times, it will not change, it will remain the same information. On the one hand, if the information is too diverse, too prolific, it's difficult to remember much of it. On the other hand, if we understand something, we try to pass it on, and some parts of it are bound to be lost. So if we try to understand how we pass on knowledge, and the technique of doing so in this respect is immaterial, then practice does have a role. And beyond a point, there is no sense in further repetition of the information. That is loosely how we describe the world of information, and if we look out into the real world, news portals, where they send a lot of information in the belief that I'm interested, which I may or may not be. If I am interested, that's when I can do something with it. Knowledge is based on such tenets. There's much to be said about competence, theory and practice in our brains, in our body, in our whole being, capable of taking information in, and some scientific research presupposes a connection between various organs and our ability to learn. And passing on knowledge is somewhat similar. About knowledge, there's lots to be read in magazines and books, but the most pragmatic is the ability to act, to solve problems, to change something, as I have all the information at my disposal to do so. That is what makes a learning process. That is how a learning process enables a person to use his knowledge. If he is a good pupil at school, it means he has learned his subject and is able to put it into practice or practical use. Wisdom, compared to this, is something else, something more. Again, for a short definition, wisdom is the ability of insight or foresight, which if I have, I will know where the person is driving at. It's a different system of thought that the master has. The master is the person who, respecting the basic tenets of his own profession, is able to pass his or her knowledge on to his or her pupils. And therefore make these pupils to be original, creative in any field of profession, whether medicine, law, or any other field. I'd like to show you the illustration here to interrupt my own chain of thought. This was made by artificial intelligence, where the four conceptions, information is accompanied by knowledge, wisdom has a misprint. Because this system is artificially intelligent, doesn't know what it's doing, only uses information fed into it. I will come back to this in a minute. On the other hand, I asked this picture to be made in the Art Deco style, if you see what I mean. So there is something to get hold of in this process of learning. And I will not present all the 18 phases which led to this result. There were many mistakes to overcome along the way. They were differently organized, and as we fed more and more information into the system, the results were more and more in accord with our imagined results. How do we pass human knowledge to the machine? Passing knowledge on as to various situations. If I want to pass on a creative technique going back hundreds of years, if I don't have a proper description, I will have to do experiments. Whilst if there is a master, he will be able to solve these problems. Artificial intelligence has a great deal which we don't often talk about. There's mathematics. A technical example here on the left, a contraption of some sort which sticks things together. Engineers have designed it and calculated the various physical abilities, and then asked the machine to make something which is just as good but cheaper. So the machine came up with a smaller version that requires less material, and then an even smaller one, easier to transport. And if it is heated, it will grow to the shape of the contraption in the middle. Obviously, you need less material, easier to transport, and yet can be enlarged. This is what they use in satellites by way of a footnote. That is what the artificial intelligence managed to compute, and it takes a few seconds for the machine, would take forever for a human brain.
So we have discussed 4 important concepts before that is also relevant from the AI point of view. So here I showed you the so-called prompt, which is basically an instruction, what is needed to do there. So I wrote it all in Hungarian, but in a system that can only work in English. However, these systems can be interconnected, so one system can understand another system that is in a different language, and then it all can be done. So here you can see the 4 concepts: data, information, knowledge, and wisdom, and then that's what came out. So it is almost as if we generated people, and we wouldn't say that, oh, it shouldn't have more than 5 fingers on one hand, then it might have 6 or 7. So, however, if we can see that there is a very clear set of instructions what to achieve, then we come to more or less to the point where we want it to be. So here you can see that the connection is visually there. So the visual world is there. So the system can actually interpret the visual word. However, on a statistical basis, we know the joke that if one of my foot is in the fridge and the other one is in the wood burner, then at an average, I'm okay. And I think that's what this picture represents. Now, moving on to jewelry. So I was given the task to create a bracelet representing spring. So I did something that you can see on the spring, and then I said, okay, let's add some Art Deco to it, and that's the picture on the right-hand side. So this is what it can be used. So if I already have a starting point, I can have additional ideas, and actually, obviously, AI can just draw it faster than we could sketch it. So here I can make a knowledge available that is very difficult to learn. So obviously you need to practice quite a bit to be able to draw like this. And based on millions of pictures and processing the main styles of this particular genre, it creates something. However, we always have to double check it because there's always a trap that the system might actually add to it. Now, okay, I said, okay, well, we have an Art Deco bracelet, let's just add an earring to it. So here you can see the system created two pictures to the very same picture. So it's a bit different. And again, if I ask the very same picture, for the very same pictures, it would create something completely different because the pictures are generated always on an ad hoc basis. So when we are talking about a creative process and we ask ourselves the questions how useful these systems are, I would say it summarizes beautifully everything that we've done in the past, and it gives us some sort of a statistical summary. However, these systems are unable to replace the creative process of the designers, or even the principles of a certain style or genre. Well, actually, I could also add that, and now in inverted comma, we could just create mass-produced jewelries as a result, and then we can just create cheap jewelry quite quickly, and I'm pretty sure that's exactly how it happens normally, but that's not what we are after. So now, returning to science, well, this is quite a famous model, this
Igen. Hallható-e? Lejön a? Onnan visszajön a hang. És most?
Yeah, we are back. Yes, we can hear it. Okay. Okay. So now going back to this chart, so the experience shows that it works. However, science says it has never been proven. But to be honest, we are not bothered. If it works, then we'll just use it. So now, the starting point is that in order to gain and share knowledge, we need 4 phases. And in an ideal case, it is a spiral, and we are going higher and higher in terms of the collected knowledge. So we gather experience, and for a while we are just processing. We are not able to share what we learned, but we might be able to repeat a particular thing. So it's somewhere there in the back of our head, but we are unable to express it, what we learned. So this is the individual learning path, and after a certain level, we gathered sufficient information to start talking about it with others, to share our experience, to have a look how others do certain things. And the things that we were unable to express in the past, all of a sudden are expressible. So we are then starting debate and discussions, which helps us to understand a particular thing deeper. And then again, we withdraw from this phase and we start working on this gathered information individually. So if we want to gather information for ourselves or for our community or for our societies, we always also have to have these phases of individual learning and of community learning, because if we just think that, we just want to be all alone and gathering information all alone, that doesn't work, then basically we might be misguided. However, if someone is only working in communities and is not willing to test his or her ideas alone, then there is a certain barrier after which we are unable to grow and develop. And it doesn't matter in which sector or area we work in, science or art, it doesn't matter. We can only create something and create new knowledge and share it if these dynamics, namely the individual and the community-based learning, are following each other. Interestingly, knowledge is the only resource that are actually increasing based on sharing. So just because I share my knowledge, it doesn't mean that I lost that knowledge. Obviously, it's not like we give anything else to someone and then we don't have it anymore. So only very narrow-minded people would believe that by sharing their knowledge, they are poorer. This is the very reason why I really love being a lecturer, because I learn from that. So now, what sort of steps and tools we could list in this entire process? I do not want to read them all out loud. Anyone interested, you can look deeper into it, and I'm happy to chat with you later on today or exchange emails. But the point is that there aren't a lot of new tools. Everything has already been invented for centuries. We have been using it. So when we taught our children, for example, in ancient times, how to hunt and gather, we actually taught them by doing it. And ever since teaching how to write, we do the same. Or if you go to the city of Konar, you can see that in a church that is about 6,000 years old now, you can see that everything was written on the outside of the church, what people might need in terms of agriculture, in their marriages, with their children. And people who built this church thought, okay, you will be able to learn everything just by reading it all. And if you go there today, and if you can resist the temptation not to become an American American tourists and just taking pictures of Kama Sutra-like scenes up on some parts of the church, and you really have the intention to process what you can see, then you realize that it is almost like a picture book for life, and that helps, or it is a tool to pass on information for further generations. And to be honest, the tool has been there for centuries. It has just been a bit made more sophisticated since. Of course, now we have computers, that's another angle of it, but the mechanism, having someone, a master, who has the knowledge and shares his or her knowledge, is still there. Now, this set of knowledge that is available needs to be taught. However, how we teach our experience and our knowledge is very much individual. So it always has to put into context of the society or the school setting. Otherwise, no one would really understand it or would misunderstand it. So we always require some sort of a framework. And it's always important to understand this context. So for example, if I want to learn on the Haiti Islands something, I need to go there and be there to learn it, because if this very same person just came to Hungary, it would be different, because we would be missing this additional information that is provided by the context, by the environment. Of course, this kind of teaching is there everywhere. Just to give you a few examples, here you can see that laser is helping the bricklayer to see where to put the brick, so you can just place the brick more efficiently. Probably Hungarian construction workers haven't really seen this, but in many countries of the world, that is how things are done now. Another one is, for example, an aircraft simulator. Obviously, it's much cheaper to teach pilot students this way. Now, the last thing I'd like to talk about is how can you measure the success of knowledge transfer? Well, there is almost like a maturity model to this. So first of all, the first phase is that someone can just copy a certain thing or reproduce the knowledge I have passed on. And then there is the exercise curve. And of course, we keep making mistakes, but if we practice a particular thing for extended period of time, then these errors are eliminated or at least limited. And then after a while, maybe just because we have Alzheimer's or getting old, or maybe the technology is outdated anyway, but after a while it might actually be worse again, so we might have more mistakes. And that of course various things and feelings are attached to this entire process. Sometimes we are a bit uncertain or anxious that we are unable to do it, and then we gain self-confidence. And the very last phase is when we become masters, when we already know the set of rules, and then we can further develop it in my own art, for example. If we got to that phase, then we are also able to pass on knowledge. Well, there are so many hindrances in this entire process. I do not want to get too much into detail, but if you do have questions, I will. But anyway, I just wanted to give you a bit of a list what is available, because we do so many things and we are all very different in terms of what we perceive as a challenge. For example, it does matter what sort of generation I'm teaching. For example, every 5 years I need to replace the various examples I gave during my lecture, because the new generation might not have heard of that particular thing. For example, if I say a particular building that used to exist in Budapest, maybe the new generation never heard of them. So there are so many things that I need to be detached from in order to be able to, for example, transfer knowledge to various generations. And it's important that we can pass on information both ways. So younger generations ought to pass on information to older generations concerning various technological developments. Of course, that's also a knowledge transfer. So, but if you are there together, many generations together, it all works much better. Thank you.
I'll try to answer some questions, should you have any. Perhaps it's a bit early in the morning for all this. Just one moment. Apparently there's some technical problem with the simultaneous interpreting equipment. We hope it's all right now. Dr. Peter Varanye, professor of the University of Corvinus, is our next lecturer. And just one moment, patience until the technical conditions are fulfilled. Hogyha valaki nem érti a szöveget, akkor kérhet tolmácskészüléket a kapuban. Good day to you all, and thank you for your invitation. I'm greatly honored. Let me ask, by finding excuses, and I've just come across Italy by way of motorcycle to find that my house is being painted and my daughter is being wooed. So I arrived at the time when the socks of the doorkeeper came up, but once, and I don't have the wisdom because I have no idea when all this comes to an end. So this is what the first part of this lecture is about. Thank you. Whilst the technical people get up, I'll start my lecture. There's only a few pictures in any case, so let's stick to verbal explanation about virtual reality. I will try to give you a picture from a different aspect, not the usual aspect. And I know and feel a permanent skeptical stance towards this, just as they used to have towards photography when it counted as a new form of art, as opposed to seeing the original. We know that the photograph can never be the same as the original, and yet on the internet we do look at pictures and not originals. This is the same situation with the 3D the three-dimensional world, I suggest that we show the same openness towards virtual reality. We know it's not reality, that's why it's called virtual. Still, we have to put it on the internet and have to share it. We can't travel all over the place. And it does provide some sort of help if somebody wants to see these jewels from abroad. But there could be a more modern version of this when we look at the objects in their three-dimensional reality. Now, if we went deeply into the differences between reality and virtual reality, because we would land ourselves in trouble, because by the end we could hardly tell the difference, just like between intelligence and artificial intelligence. What I always ask is, can intelligence be artificial in any case? It's a question for all times whether intelligence can be any other kind than itself. And perhaps in 100 years we will still be discussing this topic as part of our evolution, a manifestation of the same. Let us step back into the past. I think virtual reality is a normal evolutionary stage in information technology and in the evolution of the species. Much of what I say will be my own personal opinion. Before the 1990s, when we used DOS, then we started to use Windows, and it will probably switch to spaces, three-dimensional. In other words, DOS, Windows, and spaces are the three stages of this evolution. Let's look at DOS. I can't say how much you remember this kind of screen. The young people have probably never seen it, but just as cave drawings, these are the ancient language of the programming, the original green color, later enriched by blues and yellows. And that was the way we were able to put questions to the computer in writing and receive replies in writing. And that was the epitome of our abilities. What we saw was a file manager, which we could ask to list files based on certain principles, and another number of information came about the number of bytes, which is no longer interesting to anybody except programmers. This is how far we saw in those days. We wrote and we read, but we did not see in a graphic sort of way. Now Windows came along. By looking at it, we see the basic differences. There's lots of colors, icons. We click rather than write and read. We interpret pictures. And the file manager I showed you before is now in the Windows system what you see on the screen now. You can arrange the order in which they will appear on the screen, and we can look at a number of things at the same time. Reading and writing went out with the graphic interpretation. Our stance has changed, and this system became much faster. A picture is always much more than a word. If I describe where we sit now and how the jewels are exhibited in the various rooms, would take quite a fair number of words and sentences, whilst a picture will be worth 1,000 words. Now, Windows thinks in terms of pictures, which is obviously a far more simple way. When you look through them and learn faster and learn more, there's hardly a point worth debating. So Windows is definitely better than DOS. And what I say is that what follows will be spaces. The operational system will change on your laptop. Now this may sound very direct, but we have a great reason to suspect that this is what's going to happen. What we'll see is not Windows or PPT, what else is there, or surfing, but if you click on an icon, you'll see a space, a three-dimensional space into which you can enter. I hope I can play the following to you. If I click on the icon, I need help from the technical people for this video. The essential information we look for here is that these are spaces you can enter, you can become part of, you can move about in it. This is not what we are looking for, not yet about virtual spaces. But here you can see that by clicking onto an icon, you enter a space and is at liberty to move in any direction within the confines of this space, whether using a kind of special pair of glasses. But conversely, if you've ever seen a three-dimensional game made for computers, then as if looking through a window, you can actually move about within the space you see on your screen. Now, what's more interesting, this is part of school curriculum. This is a room at the Hungarian University, a working space. Here is an exhibition, here's a conference room. I would stop here for a moment, right here. The interesting thing is, what do we see here? What we see here is the big difference compared to previous systems. There are various pictures on the screen, but on the previous pictures you saw writing desks and walls. So the way you should imagine it is a schoolroom or a workplace, and you have screens, touch screens all over the place, whether it's real or virtual. Imagine the most modern schoolroom full of screens where I can go to any of them, and other people can be in the same space, 2 or 100 or several hundred people can cooperate in a three-dimensional space. Looking at it from this point of view, the teacher will give the instructions to the pupil, what document to read, which video to watch, and later the links to the material are attached, as are various documents attached, usually in order of, usually in alphabetical order or in order of the time they were made. This is rather hopeless. You click on the links, dozens of windows open. It's all too complicated, and documents refer you to other documents. You have to look for various letters and titles, and to do nothing but collect the material I want to cope with raises laziness in most pupils. Let's return to the idea of the perfect classroom. Everything is on the walls and in 3 dimensions, thematically ordered. And it would be disappointed to learn that they do not really exist in this order. Some of the screens are large. There might be another graph, somewhat less important. They are in a certain order. The budget is on the desk, the project monitoring is on the wall. Who do I explain this to? Everybody who enters the space will understand evidently. How can today's computer provide this? Well, it can't. What is the difference? Again, in DOS we read and write. In Windows we look at pictures. But if we come here and enter the room, everything is self-evident and clear in a second. Those who have seen pictures will understand, but the 3-dimensional part of our brain's perception is a far stronger one. We could be 2-dimensional, but we are not. And since we are in a 3-dimensional world, a 3-dimensional way of learning, recognition is certainly better than a 2-dimensional one. And that is how virtual spaces work. So with this technique, a far more effective world opens up. There are museums now which you can enter. Here is a management space, conference space. This was an exhibition. The pictures flipped by quite fast, but we can come back to earlier pictures. The order is what's most important. Suppose we go to a library and want to take János Aranyó Kosztolányi's works. You go to the letter A, go to the letter K, and find the books by alphabetical order. There is no problem there. But when I go home and I'm supposed to write an essay, whoever has, is there anybody who has its curriculum in alphabetical order? Nobody, but if there is anybody here, please raise your hand. But most of us are not like that. My writing desk is 2 or 3 layers deep. It's in an order of work rather than an order of the alphabet. I used to have a professor at university, a man of great knowledge. All his projects were spread out over desks. People wrote notes, and he saw everything at a glance. If he went to the second room, he saw what was there at a glance too. But when the computers came in, his method failed him. He could no longer, he couldn't adapt to the new way of thinking. And this, looking from our present point of view, this would be preposterous. It's no longer the way we think. We have measured that with these systems of management, with these tools, this is the monitoring system of a factory. Rather than messaging each other, they can all enter the same space and communicate with each other directly.
So, this machine, how can you go backwards? Students only can say that I shared on Google Drive this and that, just click on this. Yeah, that's all we get. But now the student can say that, okay, here's our join Google Drive, I put my work up there. So this is how we work. This is the reality. So sometimes 30 or 40 documents can be shared in a second, or I can invite someone to read them, download them. So here you can see the various setups and how we can work in them. Now, here you can see the conference rooms. You can have coffee breaks there. Of course, it's not like the real one, but it's still better than what we often have with Zoom. So obviously, it's not a one-to-one discussion on a video, just like in Zoom, but you can have a coffee break. So it's a huge and very overwhelming experience that you can go to have coffee to one group or another. Of course, that's something you can't go in a video conference, so you don't accidentally bump into people. So if you just go back to the windows from today's virtual rooms, we just think, oh my God, why are we still doing what we're doing? Why don't we just move on to what I've just described? Obviously, these 3D screens are not good enough yet, but as soon as they will be available, I think we'll shift memory in these kind of spaces 50% better. Science demonstrated this. Why? It's very easy. If you just think about it, Cicero was famous for writing 7 letters or dictating 7 letters at the same time, because so basically he just placed everything in space, because then he could remember where he was in his train of thought about a particular thing. So we need to create a space, and that helps us to remember the story. So memory is 3D. The next one is how they can experience and perceive a space, the students in these 3D spaces. It's much easier for them to understand. They really understand how to get the information they need. So it's actually quite interesting that when we created student rooms in Hong Kong, we were told to have YouTube and Facebook and everything set up. So if the students want to, they can just pop on that. So, but so at least it's visually there, so they can use it or they can decide not to use it. But if there is just a list of various links, that's just not enough. So that was the requirement, that they all need to see what is available visually. So we are talking about a speed we can't even understand. So now, let's just move on to the cognitive science. So DOS is reading and writing. Here you can see back in our brains. Maybe those who read more, maybe they have a larger part of their brains there. But so here we can see the picture, the characters. It came down to this part of the brain, the visual cortex, and that's where things are processed. And then Windows came. Well, cognitive scientists said, Windows, oh my God, there are icons and such an information pressure is there. Whenever you open your computer, you have 5 Word documents and 6 Excel documents and Google software and everything running at the same time. But we are not crazy, or let's hope so, because this part of the visual center started working as well, so human performance increased. There is this saying that 1 Windows person equals to 30 DOS persons, and I think it's even more now. At the beginning of the 90s, if someone tried to explain what Facebook is about, I think we wouldn't even have been able to understand the concept, and now we just use it every day. So we've experienced a process as a result of which we are much more able to process information in an accelerated way. And now, when we move on to 3D, it's again yet another part of the brain. So we understand space earlier than anything else. So hopefully no one would say that I'm not right. So here, for example, let's say I'm showing you some sort of a shape. You can all see in 3D. But if the same shape is shown in 2D, it's a bit more difficult to understand unless the very same shape is demonstrated in 2D, but from various angles. So, but 3D is much more understandable for us. So, and it goes into our memory right away, the structure of that particular object, for example. So people can be 50% more efficient in the processing of information. They can understand the setup better. And also collaboration is about 30% faster because we can easily share information and we don't have to send files to each other by email. So now, moving on, here you can see that our 2D world, how we operate in these 2D world is better than DOS. Then you might come to the realization that with 3D, it's even more efficient. We can even use more things. For example, here's a concrete example. We can scan jewelry. Again, I do understand it's not, a photo is not the same as the real object, but still, having a photo always helps you. Of course, reality would be the best, if you could just really touch it and feel it. But they complement each other. So 3D could be used to understand an object better. So, for example, in medical education, now it's gaining in importance. Of course, there is always a debate that it's in whether or not it's enough, or also in engineering that certain measurings or testings are done in 3D. Is that enough? So in a virtual space, so many people can be there before a party or after the party. People can just do the relevant testing and measuring in engineering anywhere in the world. And also, when it comes to maintenance, there is no cost. So a laboratory costs so much, about at an average of 40 billion US dollars, and the 3D space is free. I do understand it's not the same. I wouldn't be happy if a surgeon would want to have an operation on me saying, well, I've seen it somewhere to have it done. Of course, that wouldn't make me happy, but I'm not saying that we should go to extremes. But there are certain areas where we can use 3D much better. And now, so we get to a point when there are, for example, here, I just want to show you an example. There is a logistical center. Everything is managed here in 3D. You can see huge trains and containers arriving and uploading and so on. But when you get into this virtual space, it's actually a digital team. So anyway, so it works the same way as it is in reality. And these are obviously not camera footages. I can click on the containers, we can see what's in it, what sort of documents are attached to that particular computer. We can see, for example, when I click on one of the vehicles, when it was maintained and serviced and so on. So if you just looked at a logistical center, nowadays there are huge Excel tables where the workers just have to try to gather information in a difficult way. But here you can just click on a container and get the information you need. So in the past, of course, when, let's say, when someone was operating a crane, there were so many documents that were attached to operating these cranes, and it fields, and our major communication was that we talked with our geese and pigs. But then TV and radio came in, and you all know that sometimes farmers even listen to radio out on the field. So obviously back then it wasn't TV or telephones, and the radio was everywhere. So the very same farmer was receiving lots of information through speech, and therefore now we speak just much faster. And the very same happened to our eyesight and our visual experience. So now TV is there, and the very same farmer who was maybe a bit more isolated in the past had never seen anything as fast as that. And now, for example, our students keep saying that they always speed up their YouTube videos. For example, my daughter, who is a university student, told me that the professors just keep talking about a lot of things in an incredible speed with lots of details. And I was listening, it was an online class, and I was listening to my daughter's lecture, and I said, why is it so fast? And she said, I accelerated it, I speeded it all up because the lecture was too slow for me. And I thought, oh my God, that's a difference in our generation. But anyway, my global answer to this: students, even if they accelerate the videos they are provided with by their lectures, they can understand it, they can process it. And to be really honest, what we can see that there is an increasing number of students who do the very same thing, that they just listen to the lectures at home in an accelerated rate. Or maybe you remember the film by Hitchcock, Birds. At the end of 90s, it was like the movie of the century. If you try to watch it now, you just can't. After 10 minutes, you just switch it off because, well, the car is driving on a highway, but so slowly. Or some other movies, often, for example, in various Western movies, we had everything now, from today's perspective, everything slowed down. Or Bruce Willis. Again, we can't follow it anymore. So anyway, we are just so very fast today, and when we watch movies, it's just very fast. Or if you just look at your children, when they are scrolling Facebook or Instagram, they look at 100 pictures a minute. They've never seen that many visual triggers before. So you might ask yourself if it's a good thing or not a good thing. Does it make us too superficial? But it's a fact. No. In virtual space, we might actually end up having the very same speed. So if we move between virtual spaces with the same speed, well, that will be interesting. And I know all the artists will be quite skeptical about my next statement, but I've heard a study that students were able to visit 2-3 museums within an hour, and they actually remembered what they saw. Of course, it doesn't have this cathartic feeling of enjoying art, but to be really honest, when you just think about a student or a class rushing through a museum, I don't think that entails too much of art, enjoyment of art. So there is Mona Lisa, for example, in 3D, and let's say if it's written underneath what the actual size is, I would forget it. However, if I see it in reality, even though it's 3D, I can remember the size of Mona Lisa, and I won't be surprised how tiny it is. So I think Pythagoras said that if you are not good in geometry, don't even talk to me, because that's the way we think. So everything is geometric, even folk songs or maps. Or let's just pretend that we are in a 1D world. We can really just walk in a line, and there is a problem, and then I call my friend Deju, and I say, okay, I have a problem, and then he says, okay, just go around it. But if I'm in 1D, then I can't, because I don't understand the idea how to go around it. So from less dimensions, we don't understand what's happening in a world that has more dimensions. In a 2D, we don't understand going up or going down. My wife is a linguist, and I think I should have asked her, but I'm pretty sure that most of our terms is very much based on our geometric way of thinking. So memory, processing of verbal information will accelerate as a result of using 3D more. And what we can see will continue, that we speak faster and so on. And the brains and the functioning of the brains will change. So I do not believe that we will be more superficial. We will be just faster. So at ancient times, our brains exploded almost, so grew in an accelerated way, and I think it is coming again. So basically the second wave of human brains growth. Of course, it will be probably not in our lifetime, but I think it is happening. So we are just faster and not necessarily more clever, and then maybe our perception of time will change as well. So, but of course certain things will be the same. So for example, a drop of water will fall on the ground with the same speed. So that leads me to the end of my presentation. So I think my main message is that remain skeptical about it, but this is a good thing. 3D virtual reality is a good thing. Any questions, maybe?
There'll be a break for 15 minutes. You can have coffee in the courtyard, and some snacks will be served, and the lecture will come again in 15 minutes' time. Thank you. please take your seats. And we would like to welcome our next lecturer, whom I have a lot to thank for, jewelry designer. Please start your lecture. Thank you very much. Very glad to see you all, and very glad to see so many familiar faces and so many foreigners. We hope that this kind of exhibition will be the first of many. A few words about myself. I took my degree in 1994. In those times, I took my degree as a designer of metal and precious metals. The whole university education was based on Bauhaus style and design thinking, which was a methodology formed in those days. Everybody was a form designer. It was only the material that made a difference. In my life, this has been of a defining nature. I have to apologize for holding the paper in my hand, so I'll try to stick to what I wrote down. And sometimes I may have to conscious planning, the nature of conscious planning is the theme. Many of my former pupils are here present today, and we all use different kinds of methods. I'm going to try to show how to establish a comparison between method and style within the genre that has its general principles. I'll show a picture. The attitude of designing, its first and foremost principle is the childhood open-mindedness. Let us see the picture. This is gold, copper, and silver in their natural form. A man in the Stone Age who knew primitive ways of mining. Can we imagine what he felt when he met the first gold ore? We all have this ancient atavistic instinct, a first memory of kindergarten about collecting whatever glitters. Probably the same thing happened in the Stone Age. But when he tried to hit it with a hammer, gold did not crack, but proved to be malleable, thereby meaning a completely different experience for early man. You could hammer it into various different shapes without cracking the material. In other words, it was soft and malleable rather than hard and brittle. That is why the very early jewels or objects of ornaments are somewhat similar with their spiral motifs or sticks and points. How do these motifs come about? Is it simple decoration, or what leads people to create these objects? Is it the material, is it the tools, or is it invention? It is generally accepted that all tools come to existence to serve some kind of purpose, and that is how we can define why the first pieces of jewelry came to exist, why we feel a mysterious attraction towards wearing these objects, and why we connect these precious or semi-precious materials to various astrological phenomena, stars and planets, etc. Most of these comparisons are to be found in all ancient cultures which were parts of ancient rites, attributed magical qualities. Rings and glasses had mysterious intrinsic powers, defending its wearer against evil influences. So the right to defend was probably long before the function of decoration. It's interesting to think about how mankind, how social development has been influenced by the appearance of new materials. It was probably gold that came first, as it is the softest and easiest to shape. And when they started to smelt materials into alloys and saw that various characteristics changed, smelting was the first serial method of production, bringing the ability to create a surplus and thereby enabling the smelter to trade. We can safely say that mining and smelting changed ancient societies in very basic ways. Iron tools enabled communities to build roads, which helped trade and communication. Values were compared. Likeableness and characteristics became assumed economic characteristics and later became symbols of power. A few words about how we make these tools. I'm going to show you some Egyptian tools of working precious metals. You can obviously see that some of the tools we use today were already used in those days, and working the metals did not really change up until the Industrial Revolution. Of course, each historical era used its own method, and methods were refined, but the tools did not change so much. The forms and the materials used, the decorations and symbolism was intelligible to all of the era in which they were apparent. Any stone set into jewelry had symbolic meanings and can still supply us with information about the way of thinking, the mentality of that given age. Today's jewelry also carry symbols of communication, but our relationship towards them has changed. If we analyze the millennial history of tools worked in shaping metals, there is the basic principle of necessity being the mother of invention. There is the matter giving rise to a thought, and there is the technology which the given age employs. And these three components and their proportionality to each other is what gives the dynamics of the history of jewelry. During the course of its history, the roles and functions of jewels have become more multiform. A piece of jewel can show you what kind of school you went to. You can gain a great deal of information simply by looking at the jewelry somebody wears. What happens afterwards? With the Industrial Revolution, all kinds of machines appeared which made working metals far easier. Machines driven by steam made all things and all kinds of production easier, and obviously changed smelting. New alloys came into being, and the phenomenon of imitation also cropped up, such as plating objects with gold or silver rather than making it of solid gold and silver. After we started to use gas, a different way of joining bits of jewelry together changed, and various other technical novelties came into being. And after the Second World War, army inventions were used in the making of jewelry. Production became faster, space research and army research brought forth the uses of new elements, platinum, aluminium, uranium, etc. And galvanizing is also a relatively recent technique. What does this all mean from our point of view? One thing is immediately apparent, that in a contradiction to serially made jewelry, individualism in production appeared as a counterbalance. From the 1920s, we knew those artists who rebelled against serial production and designed highly individualistic products, returning to handicraft in jewelry. There should be another picture up, and then now there is. These two pieces of jewelry are from the minimalist period of Giesbecker. I'd like to say a few words about the design, not only from the point of view of working the metals, but design form, serial production, try to achieve the best method of production. In the 60s and 70s, it was that this process started and developed into the 80s and 90s and had a lot to do with the form designers of Apple, the American company, and where management noticed that the designers' ways and means of planning could be employed to good use in management itself. So design thinking has stepped out of the narrow confines of jewelry and assumed a more general role. When I went to university, we were very much at the dawn of this process and yielded methods which could be applied very well. Design thinking based on problem solving, a process of creation divided into logical steps, which starts from a childlike awe and on an emphatic approach. Although there is no general agreement, nothing carved into stone, but there are design thinking graphics which have undergone certain changes. The first being is getting new information, defining, acquiring knowledge, defining and planning purposes. Then brainstorming is the next step, where all possible methods, means and ways are mapped out from the most common to the most extreme. I mean, after all, that is what brainstorming is all about, to reach as far as possible and thereby enhance the kind of human freedom employed to good use in this field of endeavor. The next stage is the creation of the prototype, maquettes. Then you test your creation, where the designer interacts with those for whom he designs. This is followed by refining the process until perfection is reached in production and industry. If we think about these elements, we can see that these methods can be used in all kinds of fields, not only in designing jewelry. Many designers counted as iconic today started out like this and continues to design furniture, lamps and such paraphernalia essential to human vanity. How planned jewelry came about. Now, as jewelry is a highly personal object, various other artists who work with textiles or architects will adopt methods from jewel making simply due to its highly personal nature, which can contain and convey cognitive messages. The whole process started in the 60s, where the first steel bracelet was born. this was a major step in designing modern jewelry. At the first joint exhibition with his wife, they met with a Dutch geometric sculptor. So geometrical abstraction and Dutch minimalism joined to form the new trend in designing. Their main endeavor was that jewelry was no longer so much decoration, but started a novel relationship with the wearer and the dress. Great metal collars were made, which were in effect sewn to the dress, which we must add, dress and jewelry have always shown a high correlation. They rebelled against tradition. They employed industrial methods such as aluminium, alloxation. All their materials were industrial metals like steel, aluminium, or plastic, resulting in jewels where conception was more important than function. These bracelets, well, you can wear them if you like, but that is not what it's all about. With the beginning of the 70s, where things started to become exciting, Wiesbacher planned so-called shadow jewelry, where he would wrap golden threads over body parts, and after unwinding them, they left a mark on the skin and served as a kind of impression jewelry. A most interesting experiment where the relationship between the jewelry and the body is no more and no less than the impression they made on each other. Some pieces characteristic of this era came into being with minimal changes in material. You can see on the right-hand side a special kind of jewel made out of chimney material. The basic idea being to use a quotidian object in a way that it becomes liable to be worn on the body. This was an iconic rebellion against expensive and snobbish jewelry. That you can, in fact, use industrial methods and maintain or retain the spiritual message. The genre assumed an educational nature beyond its role as decoration. The designer's intentions beyond the jewels, helping people interpret them. There is no number of new methods today with little or no theoretical research. There are small, short essays and some research. Now, many of you may have seen these two illustrations about how a team to make jewelry is set up. And the one on the right shows from the 80s and 90s is what is how many kinds of designers, how many styles work under the aegis of making jewels in general. But we could add another 20 by today. We all work under the umbrella of the same genre. And of course, everybody is free to raise an eyebrow or two at methods of others. But if a designer has individual ideas, he or she certainly have every right to make these manifest in their production. While those who lay the emphasis on high quality will probably go in the direction of design. I'm sorry about the lighting so poor. A few examples, just en passant. It's not only metals that are used in making jewels these days. Non-metallic materials are often used. For instance, you can use out-of-date telephone books to make jewelry out of, such as the pictures show. And of course, young people today may no longer know what a telephone book used to be. Then there's Pierre Chung, who is a second example, no longer with us, but was able to treat plastic in an incredible way to create new designs and new jewelry. Another brace of pictures. Which assume some kind of social role, some kind of message intended to move people. For instance, he noticed that many people carry a gun which outraged him, and in his indignation he made weapons out of plastic, no longer functional but symbolic. And installing these objects, their exhibition and design, the process is often more interesting than the result. Unfortunately, I've found no pictures of the works of this particular designer whose objects you see now. In a German gallery, he had to organize an exhibition where a number of ladders were put into this space, and the rings to be exhibited they put on the rafters, as he rightly thought that the visitors will not climb the ladders to take a look.
What we can say that it makes such a huge attraction on his performance and in this environment he's working. This is really part of the creative process. Now, I would like to show some designers who are masters of some. with a skill you just can't comprehend. And there is another young designer, Sinia Yuguan. She's a very young American goldsmith, and she designs surfaces using a saw, actually, and she has various beautiful objects that are very, very flat, and when she makes photos of it, it really looks as if it is a metal, as if it was some metal plates. So basically she is playing with 2D and 3D dimensions. Now, moving on, it's really worth Googling her, Sinia Guan. She's on Instagram, so it's quite exciting what she's doing. There are also some designers who choose some very famous design type, and they just focus on that. Susanna Hammer, who is from Austria, and she loves these kind of structures, and a Hungarian designer who actually partly lives in England, Veronika Fabian. On the left, you can see a chain. That's the main object. She loves working with chains. But if you can just zoom in, you can see that there are lots of small chains that create a larger chain. And also, in one of her works, she created jewelry with various objects she found wherever. For example, here you can see a beautiful art from a coffee machine, and actually it works, so you can actually make coffee. And another very important area, just a second. It's basically imitation. David Milander's work can be seen on the slide. What do you think? What is it from? It's actually not paper, it's not cardboard, it's gold. These are all gold jewelry, but it does look like some sort of soft cardboard. Well, we could talk about it for ages. Of course, it is an iconic designer that we are talking about, and the so-called material manipulation is quite an important current trend. So these are, for example, paper. Again, incredible quality. You can see on the internet everywhere. Flora Vagi from Hungary, for example, is one of the designers who works in this field, so these manipulated materials. And now, that's me and my design, but before doing so, maybe I should share some more information with you. Well, so when it comes to design jewelries and individual jewelries, I think it's important to describe the creative process. Actually, I would prefer to have 2 slides or screens and to be able to compare the various design methodologies. So in the case of design jewelry, you have to be very empathic. You need to meet the needs of a particular target group. So there is an objective of the design. So we might actually by identifying the main objective and the various solutions. And we come up with various ideas, and then we select 2 or 3, and then we develop from there. And then we produce the first models, and then the final design also helps to represent the most important objectives of the designer. And of course, when it comes to mass-produced designs, it is important that it should be easily produced. Of course, we need to test the final product as well. It's very important to channel in the feedback of the testers or users. And then when it's all done, then it can be produced. In the case of, in the other case, it's much more important to focus on the message, on the creative process rather than usability. And the designer is creating the entire process on his own, and it is an art movement and represent the attitude of the society or a smaller community. And the main aspects that are considered are not aesthetic or usability, but rather exploring the various techniques and materials that could be used, and it is moving away from traditional ways of making jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, it is also trying to interpret in a wider sense where and how it can be used, and it is a piece of art that is presented again in a bit of a different way. So the presentation itself is part of the artistic process. Individuality is a very important aspect here. Of course, we could talk about it more in detail later on, but I would like to state that I think it's important for contemporary jewelry designers to reinterpret what we do. And when we talk about the value of our work, what are we talking about? An aesthetic value, or a monetary value, or a societal value? For example, that's an exciting question. We need to be very open in defining what we do. For example, how important it is for us that it is understandable for external viewers, that it bears some sort of a meaning for others and for the observers. And actually, when we talk about the financial value, obviously, when we are talking about design products, obviously it is worth creating several of those, because that, of course, generates more income. However, when it comes to a very specific individual a piece of art, then when we talk about monetary value, it's also a bit of a different idea. And now I would like to present you my own work, because maybe it gives you a bit more of an idea of my artistic process. In the first one I would like to show you in the middle, what I created in 1989. This is a two-piece ring, and I think it represents the connection between two people. And I actually had various variations of this as a wedding ring. For example, on the left you can see a C and an O. Cooperation is how people can cooperate, of course. And on the right, two very similar shapes are interconnected, and this is a ring where both pieces can be worn separately but together as well. So later on, then I designed pieces that are not directly connected with each other, but they create kind of pairs of rings. So if I place them next to each other, they are interconnected in their material, in their color, and so on. And actually, that led me to a huge and very extensive research project, because I wanted to explore whether or not I can create rings that are able to connect with another ring from a distance, even as much as, let's say, 50 kilometers. And I could tell you some incredible stories. Of course, I have my own design studio, and I have some very permanent clients. And let me just share one very exciting story with you. In my display, there was a set of ring, and one of my clients wanted to buy it, and I told her that it's not for sale because I already sold. And then later on, the person who was supposed to buy it just cancelled the order. And then later on, there was yet another group who wanted to see my studio, and one of the ladies just picked this ring right away, that she wanted to have it. She tried one of them on and she said it's beautiful. And I told her that actually now it has just been a cancelled order. And then a couple of minutes later, the previous lady entered my studio and she said that, oh, isn't it interesting that one of my friends have just bought a ring from you that I wanted to buy last week. So it turned out that this friend bought a ring after all. So it was quite beautiful, and I'm sure that we could come up with various theories on why it all happened. But basically, that project helped me to understand how we can connect people. I have a lot of pieces all around the world, and I've heard that often people connect. For example, that has happened that at a concert, two ladies were sitting next to each other and they had a similar ring coming from me, and just by showing their hand they could start talking about it. Of course, I do also create some individual pieces as well. I don't know how much you can see this. This is basically the inverted version of the first so-called twin ring that I showed you, and this this shape helps us to add some element. I think I created this for an exhibition in Vienna, and of course that led me to some further ideas, and I tried to explore how these invisible connections art and jewelry can create could be created. And this represents a design I've done that I worked on together with another artist for 4 years. I was an assistant or producer in this work, and my colleague created a design set, and Laporian, as one of the iconic members of the Finnish design, were focused on the increase of the quality of objects we use, and they are kept inviting various designers to design pieces that would then later be produced by this Finnish company. They were very inventive. For example, they were the ones who combined plastic with gold. So the entire design process was very, very well analyzed and rationalized. And well, the lesson I learned that you always need to approach very traditional methods with a fresh eye. And I was very proud and honored that I could work with them. And once we finished this project, I wanted to design a set. It's called a Manual Collection. This brochure shows it. So these are basically jewelry, which is a result of a sociological study. So when I have a new client, usually they want to start with a ring. So I decided to design 10 or 15 kind of basic rings. And the idea was that when we wear jewelry, we keep moving while wearing them. And I wanted to create pieces that are completely different when you look at them from a different angle, because when you move your hand, then you have display with the shapes and colors, and that represents various characters, and then my clients can use it in any way they want. So this is just one ring, but I will show you some more. It's the same ring again. And so I try to reach this effect. You can look at this brochure later on, of course. But anyway, the idea is that when a jewelry is being produced, it's very important how you use the material. And what we usually do, we just basically craft away some of from the basic materials. But, well, it's a bit difficult to save the material as a result. So what I'm trying to do is that I try to create shapes that help me to access all the angles of the material. So whenever I want to have a nice roundy shape, I can do. And it also makes the rings or medals more usable. And of course, it is much more comfortable for the users, but still it creates a very unique structure using this method. And these shapes that you can see on the slide, I think very much represent this. So optically, you can see, you perceive a larger object than it is actually, and it is thanks to this method I used here. This is another example, the same thing. And again, this kind of effect I try to use were also applied in my individual pieces. I really am a great fan of the so-called anamorphosis. I don't know if you know what it is. So this is basically some sort of design, and you can't really see what it is, but if you add something to it, then all of a sudden you can interpret it. So this is called nexus. So it is a twin ring again. So one person wears one ring, but if the two red dots are touching, then all of a sudden you can read the word nexus on the other piece that is worn by another person. So that also is a playful way to create a connection and cooperation between two people. Often people are surprised about this approach, but I always believe that especially when it comes to rings, it's important to create this connection between people. That leads me to my next work. These, even though it doesn't seem like it, these are flat objects, and when wearing them as necklaces, they bear some additional meaning. The one on the left is called In Memoriam of Escher. The whole idea is that when I wear it, in the front you have the black colored sides on the bottom and silver on the top, and in the back other way around. So you can never know what is right and what is true, just like in the case of Escher. So black and white are playing here. And another piece is shown on the right. It might seem that that it is quite bulky, but actually it's relatively flat and it's easy to wear, and it is called a different point of view. So if you just look at it, they all look into different directions. These are brushes. You can wear them in various ways, and they are quite sculptural at first sight, but they are actually quite flat. So it almost looks like as if I had a knife coming out of my heart. And this is actually quite a recent piece. I just finished it a couple of weeks ago. Gin of Life is the name of the grant I applied for, but I decided not to apply actually, but doesn't matter, I created this piece. So if you just look at the black part, then it looks like mountains. However, if you focus on the little white dots, it almost feels very, very airy, almost like a very light silk star. And it's another trick that you can see, that the white dots are moving towards to the left, whereas the black mountains to the right. And actually the title of this piece is The Power of Balance. That's all I wanted to say for now. I don't know how long I talked, but it would be quite good to have the chance to have a discussion. About 100 meters from here, I have my studio where you can visit an exhibition where I exhibit the work of my students. So welcome everybody. So if you would like to join me at my studio, again, about 100 meters away, I'll be there, and then I'm sure we will have a lot to discuss.
Just a question to have little to do with what we have heard. Can we possibly see this lecture again? It was a little too fast to follow. Not to say fast, but it would be nice to listen to it again. Yes, there is a theoretical possibility to do so. Apparently, the lecture is available on YouTube. It's accessible on YouTube under the title of Inflow. It will be uploaded in English. But it will be in English. What the listener will hear will be the voices of the simultaneous interpreters. That is how you can view it again. At the moment, those from abroad, we stream the conference online, which we also record, and on the YouTube channel you can watch it again. And another thing to do with the previous, there will be a workshop tomorrow, and there'll be a guided tour of the city. There'll be a chance to go and see Cotty's, the Ladies' Gallery, which would be sad to miss. There is one sentence which I forgot to develop. The whole series is built upon one form being the continuance of the previous one. So if you turn it to the right, you can connect it with another object. It's a fairly unique method and leaves me panting. Thank you very much for your lecture. And Andrea Alt is next, who is an expert in jewelry. And she has chosen a number from the jewels exhibited and will add some explanation something has to be set by the technical people. It doesn't change, doesn't cease, only changes. Kathy's lecture is a very good preface to mine. I hope nobody will be put out by the fact that I'm going to sit down and hold my lecture sitting. Could we perhaps set the microphone accordingly? We have the cover picture now, and I can talk a little while the technical people set up their work. A telling title borrowed from physics. It's the law of energy, which never ceases, only changes form. 165 objects were sent in, of which I chose 5. The choice was never easy. There were individual messages to all. De a szinkrontolmács is nagyon hangosnak érzi. The exhibited objects are narrative, which communicates a message towards us. Far be it from me to analyze them in depth now. Instead, I will try to put them in context or provide a broader horizon which will enable us to see better the objects, so much by way of introduction. Esther Gaspar is the first person with her collection called Freedom and Love. Very briefly, with her attraction to flora and fauna, nature, and the return to archetypical symbols is her source of inspiration. This is shown in the material he uses, 0.925 silver and a rare wood is used in the comb. These wavy ornamental shapes, which are not carried to extremes in these objects, but still probably brings to everyone's mind the fin de siècle style. Fin de siècle was a world movement, and as this is an international conference, fin de siècle is basically the same to everybody. But if we use terms such as Art Nouveau or Stilla Flora or modernism in Spain, it's all about secession or fin de siècle, as it's more usually termed in English. It's made manifest in plastic arts, graphic arts, architecture, and together with symbolism in music and literature as well. The first analogy, although we are talking about jewels here, still what came to my mind was this armchair, part of a set called a tale-telling set of furniture. Now, if we take a look at the comb and take a look at the horses' heads looking at each other, we can compare it to the back of the chair with heads of oxen and goats, having said that the fin de siècle is a world movement, Hungarian fin de siècle is different in the sense that it has a predilection for using national motifs, not only in furniture, but in architecture, first and foremost. See Lechner's Museum of Useful Arts, Geological Museum, and other important public buildings in this country. The fin de siècle style was not an unequivocal success. Much mockery rose against this style, probably due to a lot of national motives in cheap china, tulips and such. And this role was not accepted gladly, but then secession or fin de siècle art had its way in due time. Now this set of furniture is part of the museum. We cannot see it now, as two of the pieces were bought in Paris and are exhibited there. And now if we are turning our eyes to Paris, Esther's works, the rings, the comb, the chandelier, are reminiscent of the snapping of the whip. And if we look at François Larcher's work, Mary Flirt, the pioneer of modern dance, a veil dancer, and the specialty of this piece is how it represents the dynamics. And I have to read a short haiku by Ákos Fodor as the wind ripples the curtain, not the wind, not the curtain, but the movement itself. So this height of art influenced Picasso himself when he painted the Mrs. of Avignon. Now to stay with Contu for a moment, difficult to have your fill of. Contu is a type of jewelry very typical and characteristic of fin de siècle. You can see the Gibson girls, the ideal women of the age, drawn here. These ladies are fragile, but not yet femme fatale, somewhere between the two happy states of womanhood. The long hair worn in the way seen in the picture gave an excellent opportunity for the kind of combs you may see in the picture, both useful and as decoration. The first example is the work of Lucien Gaillard, where you can see natural materials used. Henri Weber is the middle, made out of horn, And the next one is horn and ivory. Perhaps Henri Weber is not so well known here in Hungary, although he was certainly a very great designer, very well recognized in his own times. He met Monet very often, not because Monet would have looked at his combs, but Weber had a great collection of ukulele, as he was greatly interested in Japanese culture. And this is what they looked at or traded with. Christine Faulhaber. I should like to show a few of her creations. An opal ring chosen here, a very subjective point of view, but first about the artist who was most driven by the repetition of nature, by the multicolored characteristics of nature. Here we can see two kinds of gold, yellow and rose-colored gold, while the stones set are colored diamonds. And there are some qualities, some characteristics less known than others. Obviously everybody recognizes black opal, which is a very strange, very odd semi-precious stone, one of my favorites. It does not have a crystalline structure. It's a rigid material containing 5–10% water, which, if lost, the stone becomes blind, so to speak. It loses its opaque nature. The two pictures show the same ring photographed from different angles. In the smaller picture you can see that there is a brown layer underneath the opal, which is ironstone, which you forge together and chisel together. This world of colors and world of forms, its ergonomics and its fine waving form, brings to mind also an artist of Marcus and Company from the fin de siècle style. He being, or he having been, together with his sons, who loved to use black opal, and 70–80% of the jewels are dominated by this blue and green world of colors. They used to work for Tiffany's before starting to set up on their own. And if I said subjective thoughts and the subjective thoughts about opal as well, one more thought needs to be said. The material Christine uses in her rings and other creations are supposedly come from Australia. That is where these wonderful black opals are to be found, although you can also find fire opals in Mexico. But since 1877, the first opal mine is opened in Australia. Now, of course, opalic jewels had existed before 1877, but in those days, Hungary, especially the northern part, was the main source of this material. It might be a good thing to know that if before 1877 most opal come from what used to be Hungary before the Treaty of Trianon. Let's go on. Now we are saying goodbye to fin de siècle. Nomi Rachel Muirhead, the next homage to the farmer's wife grandma, which is the name of the jewel, a portrait, silhouette, set into a frame and covered by a texture called the texture of life, as if the artist had to go back through layers of memory. Same happened to me when I had to go back to the beginning of the 18th century when silhouette portraits started to appear. In first times, these were done with incredible speed with small scissors from black paper. Later, in a few decades, they were done by way of painting the profile in black on a white base, but they were still black, done very quickly on the spur of the moment, and therefore were able to sell them very cheaply.
The silhouette was at the time of the director of the institution. Just a second. And he was famous for austerity measures, and everything that was produced cheaply was actually named after silhouette, and that also applies for these portraits. Let me show you some more examples of silhouettes. On the left, you can see a female portrait, and on the right, a male one. I think you might think that these are the same kind of silhouette portraits. However, this modular form, or navette, or marquise style, were more popular in the 1800s, and it was actually so popular that even some diamond was placed in there. More interesting ones are on the right because they are grief jewelry. We know this because if we just look at the one on the bottom, the ring, then you can see an inscription, and here you can see the word memento, and also if we look at the little part at the back of the head of the ring, I don't know if you can see it on the very bottom, there is kind of a glass frame that contains the hair, a piece of hair of the deceased. You could also use it as a medal for a necklace, but it was mainly a ring. And the same applies for the top one, that could be used as a bracelet or also as a medal for a necklace. So here the same can be said, that it is a memento. This is of course a time of sentimentalism and romanticism, and therefore it is very important that all these juries need to have some feelings or emotion attached. For example, as I said, the hair of the deceased person, and sometimes they actually used it almost broken down into small pieces, almost as a paint. Again, here we can see silhouettes, but these are far from being cheap, of course. So these are gemmas. These are basically stones that are carved and layered. So if we just look at the top right ring, that's a double portrait, a double silhouette really, and the white is the female and the black is a male sculpture, really, a flat sculpture. Gemmas have two types, one similar to this and the other one is more of typical for earrings. It is silhouette in this time, but it could be anything else. And you can see one part, one style here, and another type is this orangey ring on the bottom right. And now, if we just look at the jewelry that it all starts from, it is usually coming from a ring. So we can see several examples of this. In the 1830s, 40s, this sort of jewelry was more typical, and they are called camea abbé. Within 10 or 20 years, they were out of fashion. I assume that it was a huge work to create pieces like this. And if we just look at these portraits representing black female individuals, you can clearly see that these stones are layered. On the bottom left, which is a bit green camea abbé, that's not a layered stone. I wanted to show you because it is very unique. So what we can see here, that this stone belongs to the quartz groups, and they are very suitable for this kind of work. They are very hard, but still they are easily carved, and also their endurance is very good. So in the previous slides, I showed you some jewelries that are quite old, and still they kept a quality. I don't know if you know this stone, it's called a Halliard. It's not very well known. It's basically a green plasma, the stone itself, and what you can see, that there are little red dots. No, you can't see it, but anyway, then you have to believe me, there are little red dots in the stone, and it's important because in ancient times, Christians really loved this stone because they associated this with the blood of Jesus Christ. Therefore, in ancient times, this stone were only used for sacral purposes, and only from the 1800s or maybe the end of 1700s they were then used for other purposes as well. And actually it's iron oxides that create these red dots. Minkin Cheng is the designer. I would like to show you here, and the title of the work is Perpetual Wound. Let me quote from here. My negative experience with my biological father is very much with me today. These are wounds that are not cured, and that is what is represented in my work. Clearly, in this case, heart is associated with loss, with pain in his piece of art. And this is the starting point. I would like to show you some ideas. As I mentioned earlier, there were, of course, some so-called grieving juries. These are very different types from what I showed you before. These are much more didactic. And if you look at the top left and top right pictures, these are older ones, Georgians, and they represent flowers. These are stylist daisies, and or daffodils, sorry, and they want to keep the memory of the loved ones. So the whole idea is that we will always remember our loved ones. The love will never disappear. And actually, the bottom left one is quite a rare one, because you don't really see these kind of jewelries with the full portrait of the deceased person. And on the right, you can see an ivy, so which symbolizes love. So those who understand the symbolism of flowers would understand the kind of additional messages. So those who understand that this flower is related to marriage, to love, then they know exactly that this is the family jewelry that is representing a spouse rather than, for example, a child. And if we just look at the top row again and the middle piece, it's a very unique piece because of the material used. It's called jet. This is a very unique organic gemstone, similarly to pearl. It's quite easy to work with. It's basically a type of lignet. And in some areas, they were found in England in the Victorian times, and that is when these jewelries were produced. And actually, talking about the Victorian times, maybe I should mention Queen Victoria herself, because she played a crucial role in these kind of grieving materials. She lost her husband Albert at a young age, and until the end of her time, she was grieving him. It's very important because in 1861 there was a national grieving period, and everyone was wearing these kind of jewelries. And then that kind of made these kind of jewelries more popular. They were then, so to say, fine-tuned later, but that was the huge increase in grip jewelries. Let me just quote Queen Victoria, which she wrote after their wedding. My generous Albert makes me so happy. I never hoped to feel this way. He held me in his arm, he kissed me. How can I ever be thankful enough for having a husband like this? I've never felt someone being as gentle as this. This was the happiest day of my life. So this love, this passion she felt towards her husband was very much present throughout her entire life. However, if you just look at this picture, the name that is there is not Albert but Alice. They had 9 kids altogether, and as Victoria lived a long life, she lost 3 of her kids, so she was permanently grieving. And as I mentioned earlier, at the time of Albert's death, the entire country was grieving. But this very deep sadness was not obviously experienced by everyone for decades. However, this heart, as a very important shape, brings a very important message that remained with us for centuries. So here, for example, if you look at this pearl biturka stones, this is a very different kind of feeling that you can see that. And during the Biedermeier age, here also in Central Europe, this kind of combination is quite typical. And in the middle, where you can see this golden jewelry, I think it's quite clear that this is much more of a happy jewelry, and you can see that this chain is basically interconnecting something that might represent 2 persons. And there is this seed pearl brush. Here you can see an interlinking, so 2 hearts interlinking. So this is not at all a grieving or grief jewelry anymore. And here you can see the last picture I wanted to show you, which is looks almost like a padlock, and it is almost like a Scottish jewelry. And it can be also linked to Queen Victoria, because she loved Scotland and the Scottish Highlands, and in these jewelries only stones are used that are from the Scottish Highlands. And still we can see some hearts, but with a very different message. You might think that there aren't a huge difference between the left-hand side picture and the one on the right. You can clearly see that obviously on the right-hand side there is a green stone in addition to the purple one. You may think that it is just accidental, but then you're wrong, because here even the gemstones have their own symbolism. The color of the stones, in English you can see green, white and violet, and G, W and V is then the abbreviation, which is right, which is the main slogan of the suffragette movement. So if in any juries you can see purple, white and green, you must remember that it is not accidental, but their abbreviation has this hidden message of the suffragette movement. Of course, if it was created after the 1900s, because that's when the movement started. To be really honest, I haven't really seen any piece that was dated earlier than the 1900s. Now, still working with kind of abbreviations, the puzzle of words. Starting from what we've seen before, then you can just have a look at these pieces. If the English abbreviation of these stones are red, ruby from the top left, and then emerald, garnet, amethyst, and then ruby and diamond, then you can put together the word regard and here again on the left, regard and dearest. So, well, these are the secret messages. So we can see that all these tones can convey secret messages to those who are able to decrypt it. And now, going into a completely different direction in my presentation, I was deeply moved by Anna Butcher's work, and I think maybe Katalin, I don't know if you remembered this pistol Katalin showed. I think it has a very similar feeling to it. So here you can see the hunted, the piece called Hunted, Window Box, J-Ring and Tribal Brooch. And Anna says that it is a very powerful and provocative description of hunting, and especially the feathers represent that she's very much against hunting. So hunting is, in her understanding, a very selfish activity, and that's what she tried to represent here. Again, that leads us back to the Victorian era, and I would like to give you some examples for the very same ideas. So there were two types of kind of hunting-related juries. One type is when they are just depicting anything that is related to hunting. The other one is when very concretely the animal that was hunted is used for the actual jury. So this was very popular actually and very fashionable in the Victorian era. It's called a sex crystal, or often reverse entiro. We talked about the entiro before in relation to gemmas. So here you can see it from the top, but it looks like two half balls. And here on the flat side you can see this painting. Often it is actually just carved and not painted. This actually needs quite a bit of skills to be able to paint on this. And then there is another layer of basic lacquer, so there is a bit of a sheen to it. So the next pictures show some other hunting related juries. You can see a fox hunting, and on the right you can see a golden jury where the goose is brought to the hunter by the dog. So I think, well, this kind of art is actually not exactly harmful. However, what it represents, the action of hunting, well, we can debate on that. However, let's just have a closer look of the other type of hunting related juries, when the animal's parts are incorporated. It's called horivari. So you can see the various pieces, and other pieces could be there, such as keys or whatever. But in this particular case, when it comes to hunting, these are parts of the animals. So, well, these are early pieces, and they are quite telling. So it has almost a function of an amulet. So it's not so much about the quality or the quantity of the animals they were able to shoot, but rather the hunter wanted to have some sort of a protection when they wore these kind of charivaris, and actually these kind of jewelries were passed on from generations to generation. Back then you couldn't buy anything like that, but of course now at various auctions you're able to buy them. And now here you can again see that these are animals. These are called grand leash jewelries. So these are the teeth of deer. So these are the teeth of these deers, and obviously the only way to access these teeth is if the animal is already dead. And maybe it's not evident for all, but this jewelry, this grand leash jewelry, these are clearly designed for women. Earrings, I think, are self-evident, but also the other ones are designed for ladies. So the reason being is that either they like hunting as well, or their husband or any sort of male relative was hunting and gave this as a present to these ladies. The other two pieces I'd like to show you are containing a tooth of a fox, or even an entire jaw. Well, here you can see the next piece, and you might be able to see what we can see there. You might realize that it is a very exotic piece of jewelry. We don't really have this in Europe. It's from India, from the British Empire. The Bengali tigers' fingernails were used. So if we just look at the art of the goldsmith, I think it's absolutely beautiful, but of course we know exactly the background story, and that might scare you off. It was definitely designed for a lady, and there are some other examples of the same type of jewelry. Sarura. I don't know if you have any idea what this is. This is a material that is very flexible. This is the hair of an elephant, and I really do hope that you do not need to kill the animal for this. I wanted to respond to Anna's presentation, but well, you can't really see it on this picture, that the various hairs of animals can be used, but also representing some contradictory messages. And the very last piece that might be quite, well, overwhelming for some, it's again reflecting to what Anna has just said.
Based on these jewels, we conjured up something I've never been able to understand. As jewels have a decorative function, how could we imagine anybody who would like a piece of jewelry like this? This is a real live bird, heads of works of the taxidermist, and although their beaks have been changed into gold and their eyes to rubies, but still they are terribly barbaric. No way to treat an animal, and this as the extremity, the absolute extremity of jewelry, will be the last words of what Anna Boucher would like to convey to us. These are the last pictures here. I had 45 minutes, and I still see that I have a few minutes left. I should have liked to speak even more, but pay attention to time. But if you have any questions, I can answer one or two. Yes, England, the Victorian era. Also known for these extremely strange pieces of jewelry. Children's teeth could be used in jewelry, or somebody, a departed beloved teeth may have been extracted and used in jewelry. An odd custom indeed of the Victorian era. These were more like talismans with mystical qualities rather than decoration. And this early New Age Bavarian talismans for hunters used up until today. These Wunderkammers from ostrich's eggs to the vomit of goats turned into stone have been able to be used as part of a hunter's talisman. That is part of a horse's foot. There are nails, bits of paws, crystals, and what's in the middle is the mandible, the jaw of some very small rodent. Any more questions? In that case, I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your lecture. There'll be a 45-50 minute break for lunch, and because this is such a short break, those guests who have already ordered their meals will be fed in the courtyard, and will continue before the hour is out, beginning with the lecture of Professor Cunningham. Thank you, and bon appetit to everybody.
Jó. You need time. It's okay. It's yours?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Was it enough? Your lunch?
Oh, yes, it was plenty.
Pancakes?
It was. I didn't have a pancake, but it was more than enough because I had a breakfast
Oh, yes, and very hot.
and nice scrambled eggs.
Oh, yes. Oké, szeretnénk folytatni a konferenciát, úgyhogy aki hall engem és kint van, szeretettel várjuk vissza a térben. Köszönöm, hogyha elcsendesedtek. Köszönöm szépen. Nagyon nagy szeretettel köszöntöm, és óriási megtiszteltetés számunkra, hogy Dr. Jack Kenigan emeritus professzor személyesen itt van, aki a narratív ékszerek egyik elismert nemzetközi szakértője, és megosztja velünk gondolatait a következő időszakban. Köszönöm szépen, és köszönjük a figyelmeteket is.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. It's my very great pleasure to be here today and for this weekend. And I'd like to thank Yogi Matchok very much for the kind invitation to come to this beautiful city of Szentendre. It's my first time in Hungary, and I must say Budapest is completely outstanding. So I'm having a really lovely trip. We've heard some really interesting lectures this morning, and I think we've reached a point perhaps where there would be some crossover. That's okay. To give you some context, I'm both a maker and an academic, and previously for 18 years I was head of jewellery at the Glasgow School of Art in Scotland, housed in what is regarded as Charles Rennie Mackintosh's Art Nouveau masterpiece. Fabulous building. Unfortunately, it was burnt to the ground about 8 years ago, so I'm very happy to have been there when it was still up. I moved from there to Birmingham and was head of the School of Jewellery at Birmingham City University. Perhaps the largest school of jewellery in Europe. It has 850 students and covers various aspects of the jewellery world and gemology and horology. And since then, I've been visiting professor at various schools in Denmark, France, and in the UK. So this is the title of my talk, and I'm hoping that I can explain what I mean by the noisy narrative of the inanimate object. How do we look at objects? How do we read them and make meaning of them in our own lives? I'm going to talk about this through the world of contemporary studio jewellery and other objects, and my own professional practice and research in particular. So, do inanimate objects convey or communicate knowledge? And if so, how is the knowledge understood by the viewer? This is a familiar image. Obviously, we can recognize it instantly, the inner sarcophagus mask of Tutankhamun. And if asked, we'd be able to say something knowledgeable, intelligent about it as an artifact. Without too much difficulty, we can have an understanding of its origin, of how old it is, the materials it is made from, and as designers or makers, perhaps how it was actually constructed. In other words, we can contextualize it and make some meaning of what we see. There is recognition. Does the object communicate the knowledge? It is, of course, through our cognition that we bring understanding. Our cognitive structure, our brain, stores this information. This is our memory, primarily accessed through our vision. making connections between what we see and what we know. And Professor Bariani covered this morning through his presentation on DOS, Windows and Spaces. The art historian Herbert Reed referred to this as the furniture of our minds. In responding to the object, we bring our own knowledge, our intellect into play. Similarly, the extraordinary pre-Columbian gold masks of the Moche or Maya Empire of South America are now regarded as objects of great beauty. They were, of course, used to instill terrible fear among the population during the yearly ritual of male sacrifice to the gods. One reason for this sacrifice was the control of the weather. Too much rain or too little would consequently alter the frequency of sacrifice. It is believed by some historians that when it became obvious that the gods could not be tamed, the civilization of Machu Picchu collapsed. As we've already heard, the wearing of jewelry or ceremonial regalia for a ritualistic purpose, such as so-called crown jewels, has its roots in ancient history, and we observe it today in our daily lives. Your own royal family in Hungary, deposed in 1918, would have worn crown jewels like these of the late Queen Elizabeth II before the First World War. By coincidence, your king was named Charles, like our current king. Jewelry, clothing, and accessories can be understood on a number of different levels as a means of communicating position, status, rank, measuring wealth, indicating gender and sexual attraction by contributing to the aesthetic gaze, of conveying sentiment or as a means of simple body decoration. Devoid of any sense of utility, it is moreover capable of bestowing a certain power upon the wearer, and in the ritualistic or shamanistic ceremony mentioned. However, many of us would find it difficult to recognize the image on the left. It demonstrates how familial wealth and status is manifest through the extravagant headdresses and jewelry currently worn by the sons and daughters of the Dong people in China's remote regions in the mountainous provinces of Guangxi, Guizhou, and Hunan. With these images, I'm going a little further back in time to Catalin's references to the Stone Age. In 2006, a group of perforated marine gastropod shell beads, shown on the left, were found in the Western Asian site of Skul in Israel and on the North African site of Red Jubana in Algeria. Bearing in mind that the cave paintings at Lascaux are a mere 40,000 years old, these shells were dated to the Middle Paleolithic period, approximately 130,000 years old. The shells from Skul, Israel, were found by archaeologists to be part of a layer containing human fossils. Together with the remoteness of these sites from the nearest shoreline, this indicates deliberate transport by early Homo sapiens and demonstrates the earliest recorded emergence of modern human behavior. It cannot be determined whether the beads were worn by male or female, used symbolically or as a form of currency. However, the discovery in 2004 of 39 perforated shell beads on the right, dating from the Middle Stone Age, 75,000 years ago, at the Blombos cave site in the shoreline of the Indian Ocean. Through the use of modern technologies, archaeologists have determined that the same tool, a thorn or a flint, was used in a drilling action to perforate the beads, which would most likely have been worn as a necklace. From these important archaeological finds of jewellery, anthropologists have been able to recalibrate our knowledge of the human species. Jewellery that communicates a sentiment or message has a long-established tradition from antiquity to the present day. Royalist jewellery of the 17th century produced some magnificent examples. This gold and enamel corsage or hair ornament in the form of a floral spray incorporates a tiny miniature portrait of King Charles I of Scotland, set under a flat crystal at the centre of an enamelled rose. It is a fine example of trembler jewellery. The flowers attached by tiny springs allow them to tremble or quiver with body movement, supposedly imitating the movement of natural flowers. These vain objects would have been commissioned by the king as gifts for close friends or courtesans, bestowing a degree of prestige, even power, on their recipients within the royal hierarchy. Similar to those images shown by Andrea Alt this morning, memorial or mourning jewellery, most commonly associated with the Victorian era, actually dates back to the Middle Ages. Utilising specific symbolic materials such as jet, which is in fact coal, or black enamel, blood-soaked fabric, or a lock of the deceased's hair. These were intended to bring the loved one closer. Portrait miniatures, most popular during the 18th century, were primarily given as love tokens and occasionally worn as memento mori. Bizarre and somewhat macabre expressions of affection, the eye miniature on the left was intended to convey to the wearer that they were being watched by the person painted. These are very rare, and there are very few examples in existence. In their absence, when on pilgrimage, at war, or in death, the eye looking into the soul, observing moral and sexual chastity of the wearer. The button badges and jewellery worn by women of the Women's Social and Political Union, more commonly known as suffragists or suffragettes, demonstrated, as historian and curator Elizabeth Goring states, a powerful means for suffragettes to advertise their identity both to each other and the general public. Shown on the right, the green, white and purple stones representing hope, purity and dignity were the coded symbolic colours incorporated into the jewellery of the suffragists to express allegiance publicly and solicit support for a women's right to vote. The response of the viewer at that time would depend on their political and social perspective and their capacity to read or interpret the colours. The early 20th century saw a distinction emerge between contemporary fine jewellers and that of art jewellery, being jewellery designed by fine artists, not jewellers per se. Artists such as Alexander Calder, Picasso, Giacometti, Man Ray, Braque, each designed jewellery, as had the Art Nouveau artists before them, to make the jewel primarily a work of art. Surrealist artists including Salvador Dali, De Chirico, Max Ernst and Merritt Oppenheim increasingly influenced all areas of design. Merritt Oppenheim's early fame at the age of 22 with this work, Déjeuner en Fourrure, Breakfast in Fur, the result of a breakfast with Picasso and Dora Maar at Café de Flore in Paris, was short-lived. One would struggle to recall another of her works. However, she was a prolific designer of contemporary art jewellery. Such as this design for ear decoration in 1942, a gold bird's nest and an enamel egg, the ear as branches of a tree in which a bird has made its home. The influence of such work on contemporary jewelers at that time cannot be underestimated, as it presented an opportunity to include imagery, metaphor, and content in their work, thereby offering great possibilities previously unknown in this field. Narrative jewelry as a specific genre, as a strand of contemporary studio jewelry emerges. In the introduction to her publication, Narratology, Mickey Ball explains that narratology is the theory of narratives, whether it is texts, images, or cultural artifacts. I would describe my studio jewelry practice as narrative. I am a contemporary narrative jeweler. That is, wearable objects that contain a commentary or message by means of visual representation and have the overt intention to communicate to an audience, the viewer, through the intervention of the wearer. These images are examples of the source for my designs, my particular frame of reference. As creative individuals, we absorb visual information, and such images inform and influence our output. Some may seem more connected than others, while some are quite random and tangential. It is a basic methodology, and as academics, we might call this primary source gathering. We are fortunate indeed to have the ability to travel physically or digitally to expose our senses to other cultures and allow the transformative power to influence our creativity. However, one should acknowledge that what seems exotic and new must be viewed within the context of that culture. All my pieces suggest a fragmentary narrative, a condensed snapshot, a single frame of a story, my reality, the world according to me. How the work is interpreted is dependent on the viewer's position. As academic Professor Elizabeth Moynard says, bringing one's own personal viewing methodology into play, again, the furniture of our minds. I do not make political statements. I do not wish to shock people or make them uncomfortable about what they see. My work is a visual representation of emotional responses to people, relationships, and place. I don't often feel the need to explain the narrative of my pieces, instead allowing the title to infer a storyline. For the viewer, the question is quite simple. What do you see? What does it mean to you? These are assembled mixed media brooches, always brooches, composed of elements drawn from travels in Europe and the Far East, in particular Japan. They incorporate internationally sourced mementos that mark personal journeys. In this piece, I incorporated a ready-made object, a Japanese character called Nova Uzagi, New Rabbit, which is the logo of an English language school in Japan. I wanted to capture the Japanese love of childlike imagery of the miniature and the cute, which is called kawaii, and I'll talk more about ready-mades a little later. Through my research, I was looking to see if it was possible to extrapolate an identifiable aesthetic or creative characteristic from the work across different countries and continents. Where does a national creative identity start and cultural stereotyping end? Of course, there is a danger in making generalized statements about national characteristics imbued in a contemporary object. particularly in the 21st century, when physical movement from one country or continent to another is inexpensive and relatively easy and straightforward. People now move about more freely and quickly than ever before. As mentioned previously, through the internet and available technologies, we instantly have access to imagery from anywhere in the world. And cross-cultural references and influences can be observed in the way we now eat, dress, decorate our homes, even in speech patterns. This easy mobility has resulted in a creative milieu of transnational makers. We only have to look at how international the Inflow Conference exhibition is to acknowledge this welcome diversity. This miscegenation of cultures has, of course, developed over centuries. Recorded as early as 3000 BC, the ancient worlds of Egypt, Syria, India, and China traded along what we now call the Silk Road. In the UK, from its earliest days, London attracted a multicultural population where Celts mixed with Romans and Saxons with Danes. There are many reasons for this cultural cross-fertilizing: economics, trade, immigration and migration, the British Commonwealth and European Council network, and more currently the politics affecting the changing face of Europe through the European Union, and of course the UK's exit from it. If we acknowledge the importance of the immediate environment on the creative behaviour of an individual or group, it may therefore be reasonable to suggest that societal factors could also be identified which influence creative outcomes on a larger democratic scale, such as the religious, social history and construct of a city, the cultural trends of a population, the politics and education system of a country, the wealth of a nation. As Eysenck suggests, the causes of creative achievement are a multiplicative function of three variables: cognitive, environmental, and personality. Although my doctoral research concluded that it was impossible to tease out national characteristics within Europe, with a wider demographic, interesting diversity could be observed. In Japan, for example, there are complex pieces containing depth and layers of religious and spiritual significance, ideas incorporating primitive Japanese concepts of Mother Nature teamed with religious sentiment. Techniques such as folded origami and works with paper, traditional washi, which has a unique value within Japanese society. There's a literal and metaphorical narrative present in this work. In Australasia, particularly New Zealand, we also observe the deliberate use of particular materials for their cultural resonance and spiritual meaning. The seas have traditionally been of great importance to island life, as have the indigenous materials such as the locally named greenstone, a member of the jade and nephrite group. These makers are referred to as the bone, stone and shell movement. Regarded as quite conservative or ethnic, there's an emerging cutting-edge movement, but which similarly concerns itself with materiality. Practice in the United States displays a storytelling narrative that is largely autobiographical in terms of reference, making personal comment the most popular vehicle for expression. There is also a fine line between sculpture and jewelry, simplistically one of scale, which gives rise to the position that American jewelers regard themselves as artists, not designers. A position that I find European makers are somewhat ambivalent about. This easy ability to talk eloquently about themselves through the art of jewelry reflects American society's confidence in articulating its dominant position on the global stage. One important factor that would in part account for the early emergence of narrative aesthetics in America, the United States, stems from their college system. In the US, traditionally, jewelry departments have been placed within fine art schools, not design schools, and in contrast to textiles and fiber art, which grew from the domestic home economics departments. The ready-made or found object as a vehicle for narrative art and personal expression was fully explored by artists such as Joseph Cornell, and jewelry students would similarly find themselves studying alongside the likes of Robert Rauschenberg and Ray Johnson. The wearing of certain badges in charitable campaign ephemera is mostly temporary. Paradigms of social and cultural affiliation, they are largely of national rather than transnational significance. The Blue Peter badge, the image with the white shield and the blue boat, is now a piece of, dare I say, iconic British culture. That it is recognized by a certain generation and triggers childhood memories. It is from a childhood television program, otherwise meaningless outside the UK. The AIDS ribbon, the Lance Armstrong, Livestrong yellow rubber band, and the Earl Haig poppy all speak of remembrance, heroism, and support for a variety of worthy causes. You will be able to replace these with Hungarian examples of more relevance. However, other charitable trusts and greedy profit-making companies have subsumed the original meaning with imitations, largely reducing their impact to a fashion accessory. The Tiffany Company, throughout the period of the late 19th century into the early 20th century, continued to produce a quintessentially American brand of exotic and exquisite jewels, often depicting America's flora and fauna and Native American motifs. These strong, confident works reflected the equally strong American economy at that time. Unlike the surrealist design of Oppenheim, these decorative works were not meant to convey meaning or content. That said, the classic bejeweled American flag brooch, designed at the turn of the 19th century, represented the first official flag of the United States with 13 stars and stripes, and was certainly intended to communicate both celebration and a pro-American patriotism. Ironically, these are now more emotionally charged following the terrorist attack of September of 2001, and current American flags are worn commonly as lapel pins, and most prominently at that time by the former American President George W. Bush. However, this created an unexpected backlash. Democrats, angry that the 9/11 sentiment had been abused and who did not want to be associated with the Bush administration, stopped wearing the pin in case they were assumed to be the political supporters. So to the daisy pin on the right, which I'm wearing today. A design acquired by the George Jensen Company in Denmark to celebrate the birth of Princess, later Queen, Margaret II of Denmark in 1940. It has been in constant production since, bought as a christening, baby gift, and collected by many generations of wearers. It became an instant success for two reasons. Firstly, the celebration of the princess's birth. But the same year was when Nazi Germany invaded Denmark, And the people adopted the wearing of the brooch as a silent protest of solidarity. And like the American flag before it, a few years ago, the daisy pin was adopted by a Danish political party attempting to cash in on national pride. The badge by Kim Buck at the bottom was mass-produced as an anti-political statement and reads, "Love me not." Staying with royalty just for a moment, when President Barack Obama and his wife visited the UK, he presented the Queen with a brooch as a gift. When President Donald Trump made his visit in 2018, the Queen wore that brooch, and which was viewed by a very amused British press as a deliberate snub to the Trump administration. The power of a small inanimate object as non-verbal communication, as the royal family is not allowed to make political comment. A sense of place was the title of an exhibition I mounted in Kyoto and then at the Leslie Craze Gallery in London in 1997. It was also the title of a group of brooches of works. In mapping different parts of the British Isles, these exposed and explored personal responses to geographic locations I visited and was a method of classifying or cataloguing that response. The open volume of the leaf or cage form encapsulated natural found objects from each location. The title of each indicated the location, but for the wearer and viewer, they could easily be reinterpreted to assume a different location to mine and adopt a more personal relevance. The house form is a common metaphoric image used by artists and designers alike. It is an easy image, comforting, familiar, indicative of social structure and order, of belonging. There is a desire for protection and of shelter. We have many different facets to our personalities. We respond and behave in a different manner depending on the different formality of the circumstances, dependent on where we are, who we were with, a face for family, a face for the workplace, a face for our friends. The house or home where we can truly be ourselves, or perhaps a more constant and private environment. The mask is removed. The home can signify a sense of security, a place of safety, a place containing familial and close relationships. But this is all relative to one's personal experience. The home can also be abusive. These video clips don't really mean anything to me. They're just fun. And there should be sound, but there isn't. Oh, it doesn't matter, really. We can just keep going around. Okay, we'll move on. It's fine. Anyway, the KIT series, as I call it, was based on the childhood activity of building plastic models by snapping off and gluing together small parts secured to a molded plastic frame. The contents of these kits was most commonly in the fabrication of warships, aircraft bombers, tanks, vehicles and weapons of war. I wanted these pieces to convey the possibility of constructing sentiments of love, relationships, memories, and emotions. As with the toy kits, the composition implies that we can snap these parts off and reconstruct a bigger picture than the sum of the parts suggest. They imply active participation of selection, of wanting to make things work. As mentioned previously, the use of ready-mades and found objects can present discrete opportunities. The ready-made can be used explicitly to convey the intention of its original meaning. Indeed, this may be paramount to the narrative of the piece. For instance, the yellow Lego brick, the ruler, the glass marble, and the brooch title memory kit are each evocative of childhood memories and activities. On the other hand, the inclusion of found objects, such as shells, fragment of ceramic plates or twigs, also convey a narrative, but are non-specific in their origin and removed from their original content and context. What is presented to the viewer by the juxtaposition of these objects, therefore, is interconnectedness, a layering of associations, simultaneously suggesting a previous history and a current meaning. A complex relationship is formed. This presents the viewer with an opportunity to interpret the original meaning of the object through the new context in which they are brought together. Of course, once a piece is sold through, for example, a gallery exhibition, ownership of a piece and its narrative journey becomes the prerogative of the wearer. It will assume a new meaning, perhaps, without the influence of the maker's intention. Indeed, it's very often the case that we never meet the person who buys a piece from an exhibition. The wearer, therefore, becomes the intervention between the maker and the viewer. A mobile exhibition for the work, changing daily. The noise and the narrative become someone else's responsibility. My X Marks the Spot series is not explicitly narrative, but perhaps among the most wide-ranging in terms of semiology. The source of my taxonomy of visual markers, street signage and indicators, non-verbal communication, stating a claim, intimating a kiss. Throughout life, we make decisions which are clearly marked, our fate often sealed by a signature, the state of a nation determined by the placing of an X on a ballot paper. Hollow box constructed cross forms are lined with gold leaf set with cross-shaped cultural pearls or with willow twigs. As a solo exhibition, I first showed these works in Glasgow, then in Adelaide in Australia, and finally at the Helen Poiret Gallery in Paris. When I took the exhibition to Paris, the gallery director stated that they would not sell, as when viewed from a different perspective, the symbolism seemed too religious, which was not my intention. The artist and collector Lise Hansen contacted me on acquiring one of these brooches in 2004 and wrote, "My response to this work was that it immediately reminded me of an underground passage in the newly built iconic Jewish museum in Berlin, designed by the architect Daniel Libeskind. The overhead lighting at the cross section forms an illuminated cross to light the way, with the human form, the cultural peril caught within its human condition." Hansen is a Scottish figurative painter who keeps a studio in Berlin. These are her personal frames of reference, and the brooch has adopted a new narrative on its journey. I was born in Glasgow, and I do not remember a time when the statue, third image down, did not have a traffic cone on its head, ever. Glasgow has two football clubs, Glasgow Rangers on the right and Glasgow Celtic in the green and white stripes. They are fierce rivals. Traditionally, both the players and supporters were either Catholic or Protestant. There is resonance with Northern Ireland, of which there is a lot of connection. The scarves then become very strong objects of religious passion and division. So to be wearing a scarf of the Rangers football team, you would not walk into an area in Glasgow which was predominantly Catholic. It would not be wise. Similarly, if you were Catholic, you would not be seen in parts of the city which is predominantly Protestant. This paints a very bleak picture of Glasgow. It really is a very beautiful city, and this is not obvious on the ground level for anyone visiting. It's also been a very prosperous city in the past. The turn of the 19th century saw Glasgow on the River Clyde as a major shipbuilding and trade centre, which produced great wealth. Deer Green places a series of brooches that interpret, in a light-hearted way, the Glasgow coat of arms and its motto, "Let Glasgow flourish." The Deer Green place was a common Glaswegian description of the city and refers to the abundant parks and tree-lined terraces. It is attributed to the writer and critic Daniel Defoe, author of Robinson Crusoe, following his visit to Glasgow in the 18th century. So the rhyme refers to the bird that never flew, the tree that never grew, the bell that never rang, and the fish that never swam. Assembled mostly from ready-mades, they reinterpret the four objects described in the rhyme: the bird, the tree, the bell, and the fish. The Victoria and Albert Museum in London now has the piece in the centre of this image in their permanent collection. A small number of pieces constitute the group Crossing and Family Tree. The particular narratology of this series of brooches speak of our most profound voyage of life and of death. These memento mori, with carved moonstone faces refer to my own family, of what is and what was, of my parents and my siblings. The family tree pieces are mapping of the present and the past, defining the future. In crossing, the symbolism offers the hope and possibility of an afterlife and references the Egyptian tomb artifact illustrated. Although they speak of bereavement, they're hopeful and optimistic in their reference to the belief of transcendence from the physical to the spiritual, or passing life after death and resurrection. The Great Barrier pieces refer to the courage of those who left Glasgow, including members of my own family and other British cities during the depressed post-war years of the 1950s, in search of a better life in the new world of America, Canada, Australia and New Zealand. The reality was for some a disappointing experience, and for others an exciting, exotic adventure. I've used the heart motif in a number of contexts, sometimes questioning and sometimes confirming. And sometimes as part of a more complex narrative. Fragments, bits and pieces, odds and ends. The smooth pebble we lift from the beach, we hold, turn over in our hands and carry in our pocket. The shard of a ceramic plate we find in a field. How did it get there? Where did it come from? And who used it when it was functioning as a whole object? The detritus of lives previously lived, I collect, arrange, and assimilate into my narrative. The last group of brooches, fragments and curiosities, was a reflection on the Italian Renaissance fascination for collecting rare and unusual objects and displaying them in glass cabinets of curiosity. I combined a somewhat Victorian aesthetic for the frame, together with mixed media and laser technology. Finally, presenting a solo exhibition of work in the format of an installation, I find is an important aspect of my practice. Brooches, despite speaking of big subjects, are very small objects in the scheme of things. They need a little help. For me, utilizing the available space by designing a site-specific installation facilitates the opportunity to both expand the narrative and explore the physical potential of scale. It becomes a component part, a tool in the dialogue of narrative expression. The brooches are objects that each say something, while the installation is the vehicle through which the story can be read as a whole, presenting a thematic overview of an exhibition, drawing the objects together. Maker Where a Viewer was an exhibition I mounted in 2005. It had taken 3 years to curate. 74 makers from 20 European countries. Hungary was represented by Katlin Yermakov and Jongiver Gal. And we showed over 300 pieces of jewelry. These are similar numbers to the exhibition we have here. I believe it was the largest exhibition of contemporary narrative jewellery mounted at that time. It was first shown in the Glasgow School of Art. Then it travelled to the Scottish Gallery in Edinburgh and finally Gallery Marseille in Nijmegen in Holland. I hope I've demonstrated how the small objects we make communicate significant and powerful stories to a wider audience, the viewer. And this is so eloquently demonstrated by the makers represented in the fantastic Inflow exhibition curated by Georgi. And with that, I'll leave the last image to Salvador Dali, a prolific designer of exotic and surreal narrative jewels. Thank you very much for listening. I'm happy to take any questions if you have any. No? Okay. Thank you.
Egy 5 perc, és akkor átállunk a következő előadásra. Magdalena Velez-Salinas az Madridból érkezik. Köszöntjük következő előadónkat, Magdalena Velez-Salinas, Madridból érkezett. Ő a társalapítója és elnöke a Madridi Kortárs Aranyművesek Szövetségének. Köszönjük szépen, hogy eljött személyesen, és itt lehet velünk.
Okay, no, just here. Okay, yeah. Okay, good afternoon to all of you. It is very difficult to speak after Professor Cunningham. I'm trying to do it, even though it is grateful for me because Professor Cunningham read their conference, so I'm going to read it too, so it would be easier. Even though you don't understand me, you could read and it's easier. I'm trying to do a very short conference because probably you are very tired. It is a long, long day, and probably all the things that I'm going to say have been seen during the day. So let me to introduce the Association of Contemporary Jewelry and Goldsmiths Designer. Okay, right now I'm the co-founder and president of the association. It's located in Madrid. And from the beginning, I'm going to read it, okay? Was created by a group of designers with multidisciplinary backgrounds, seek to promote and reclaim the seat that we consider that could be the jewelry, the contemporary jewelry. We consider contemporary jewelry or goldsmithing, it's the same. It is similar difference, in Spanish it is similar difference between goldsmith and jewelry, but we understand that goldsmith englobe all jewelry and goldsmithing. Like you, I know it's the same for you, but for us it is the same. So we thought for the first time that the goldsmithing is art. It is another art, class of art. So we consider that from the beginning, and we create the association in order to promote the goldsmithing, the contemporary goldsmithing. We, from the beginning, we were according to put the exhibition in the same days of the Week of Art in Madrid, that is in February, the week of Arco. I don't know if you don't know Arco, is the biggest feria of arts, contemporary arts in Madrid, and during the Madrid Design Festival. We are part of the Madrid Design Festival that is alongside February and March, and we are inside the Madrid Design Festival. So our dates are clear that it was be in February for that reason, because it's the week of art in Madrid. So we want to celebrate in the same dates that the Arco in Madrid. Since 1916, we've been celebrating the Muestra alongside all these museums. In the beginning, no, there were only 2 museums. But right now, we are present in 9 museums, national museums. So sometimes we have difficulties because there are national museums, and it's supposed that all the museums act and celebrate their exhibition in the same way, but people that are Georgi, and I see some other guys that celebrate this kind of exhibition know that it's different to talk with one museum and to another museum. At the end, you are talking with this person are worker of the government workers, so it is sometimes it's very difficult to talk with them. So we are the main exhibition is in the Museo of National of Decorative Arts, okay, el Museo Nacional de Artes Decorativas, and then we have another museum like Museo Cerralbo, Museo del Romanticismo, Lázaro Galdiano, Casa Lope de Vega, Imprenta, Museo de Arte Contemporáneo, Museo de Historia de Madrid, Museo de San Isidro, and the Ephemeral Museum of Madrid Joya in IFEMA. This is an ephemeral museum because I don't know if you don't know Madrid Joya. It is a big feria, similar to in Argenta. It is smaller. And we have a stand there, and with an ephemeral museum, you expose there some pieces of the authors that are in our exhibition. Okay, so to talk to all this museum, you can imagine it's really, sometimes it's really very difficult. The origins of the muestra. Okay, I'm architect, my profession is architect, and in one time I decided to, one time I designed a jewelry for a birthday of a friend. Okay, and I find it, it's really funny. I like it. So I decided to study to know how makes the jewelry in order to design jewelry. No, it is the same that architecture. I don't put the bricks, but I know how to put the bricks, and I know how I want to put the bricks in my building. No, so I decided to study goldsmithing, and I thought, probably I'm going to be the mother or the grandmother of all the students. But what a surprise! There were in our group there were only 2 young students that disappeared in December. So we remain, all the dinosaurs remain studying the whole career. So we met another classmate that found the contemporary jewelry so amazing that we decided to promote and to share this new studies for us and for the rest of the world, of the rest of Madrid, at least. And we decided to create the association and to do something for the contemporary jewelry. That's the beginning. So I was students, like some of you are in, so I see some very young people. Why in museums? Why we go only in museums? It is so simple. As we consider as pieces of art, from the beginning, we choose only museum to be exposed there, because we think that it is necessary that the contemporary pieces dialogue with the rest of the pieces of the museum. Sometimes the museums have old pieces from 1 century ago or 2 centuries ago, but it is very interesting in some of this museum, the little one, that we have showcases in between the pieces of the museum. It is very interesting how they dialogue with the rest of the pieces, even though there are pieces of art, no? As I say to everybody, there are pieces of art, and have the difference it is that contemporary jewelry, you can put it on, but you have Las Meninas or Guernica, you can put on this piece of art, so it is better to have a piece of art of jewelry. You can take it and put it in a frame in your house, and if you want, you can put, I have a very important dinner today. Okay, I put on my piece of art. So in this way, it is an advantage to have a piece of art of jewelry, more than a picture, no? Because you can wear it with you. For this reason, so we began to talk with the museum, and the beginning was the museum say, there is an contemporary jewelry. What strange! They show in their museum contemporary paintings, contemporary sculpture, but this was new for them. So they say, okay. It is very interesting if we show this contemporary jewelry with the rest of our pieces of art, or with the rest of our jewelry. What's more, last year, I don't know if you saw, no, you saw it, Georgie probably saw, the beginning of the Museo Cerralbo, that is the main entrance of the museum. The exhibition begins with 4 old jewelry that were in the beginning of our exhibition. So I took this one, about this, yeah. The museum say, okay, I'm going to exhibit your pieces. There is no problem. But the problem becomes when we have to set the mostra in the museum. We talk with the museums, okay. We we say we need a showcase because it is impossible for us to have, I don't know, 200 cases for the exhibition. So we talk to them. They send for the large exhibition, like the Museo de Artes Decorativas and the Museo Cerralbo, they send us a list of all the showcase that they have, okay? Even the curators select the authors that is going to be exposed in the exhibition and the pieces that is going. We do the floor plan with all the showcases, with all the pieces, with all the authors. But when when the day is the day, and we come to the museum, some of the showcases are broken, other ones are disappear. So we had to do a new floor plan, a new, to take all the pieces and put in different showcases, etc., etc. And this is something that we can't expect in the beginning, but it happens, you know. It happens. I can say that it happens every day in all the museums, you know. So we have to do a new floor plan, a new regate, and all in the same day that of the setting up. Depending of the number of pieces, we lost more or less day in the setting up of the exhibition. In general, the big exhibition we set up 4 days with all these changes of the cases broken or something like that. In the other one, there was only one showcase. We tried to do it in the first time in the morning because it's only one showcase. Even though every museum have their own way of do the exhibition. First of all, we have to talk with the department of the exhibition. We agree with them the showcases, the floor plan, okay, and then pass to the director of the museum. As director, always have to say something. No, this one, no, this one too, something like that, no? Is the director, okay? So we have to say, okay, what you want? No problem. And then we go the day of the setting with all our pieces, trying to put on the pieces in the showcase. Sometimes we have some problems with the setting up in the museums. Some museums have their own staff to put and to take and put on the glasses, the how do you call the glass on the setting cases, no? But another museum don't have this stuff, so we have to agree with a special company that carry the showcases, that open the showcases, that closes the showcases. So it is sometimes it's very difficult to stay in the same times the setting up of the pieces with the special men who put the showcases. Value for the author. Okay, we thought the museums have a big dignify the pieces, have a big value for the pieces and for the author. What is the problem to exhibit in the museums? That the museum don't let us to sell pieces then. Because we are talking about National Museum, it is impossible. Even though they don't have, not all the museums have a shop where you can sell your pieces. So we do a little letter that we call a guideline of the authors with a photo, with a picture of the piece and with the dates of each author. So if someone wants to talk with this author, it is can talk or write a mail. We know that some authors sell pieces in this way, but we are not sure how many. Okay, it is after 3 years the museum let us to leave this in the in the spaces of the museum. So it was not easy sometimes to do all the things that we are trying to do. We put on the museums also. This one is a quadritic where appears all the museums with all the authors, with the dates, with the or the timetable, and in order to know how long is our exhibition, how long is our muestra. So there are two papers that are in all the museums in order to visit. If the people want to visit another museum, okay, they have all the notice here. This one, this the same. Okay, we do also guide tours to the exhibition. What is the answer to these guide tours? At the beginning, you know, we are talking about contemporary jewelry, and people in general reject to put on this kind of pieces. Once we explain it to them, this is the meaning of these pieces, this is the other meaning, this is why these pieces is like that. Okay. That's different. Okay, that's different. And I have a question for you. You talk about the synonym of the pieces, and it's very important in contemporary jewelry, the meaning of the pieces. But it is so important, or is only important because the people who's going to wear it is not going to talk to everybody about the meaning of the pieces. So it is a line between I like it, I put it on, or I don't like it. Even though probably the people who buy your pieces is not going to talk in the same way as you of your pieces. They probably, with the time, become own, and they all talk as their own. Remember my grandmother because, okay, it is another meaning. So what is the importance of all the story that we do around the jewelry, the contemporary jewelry? For us, it's very important. But with the time, the people who's wearing your jewelry is not going to tell the rest of the people. So think about it. 5 minutes. Okay. Galleries. We talk with a lot of galleries. In Spain, there is not a lot of galleries for contemporary jewelry. We talk with some galleries in Madrid, and we tell us that the more value jewelry, for him, it is the cheapest picture that he can sell. So it is not profit for them to sell jewelry. You need a special space to probably the pieces of Jack, no. But the rest of the pieces, of the mortal pieces, no. No, for them, they don't want to sell contemporary jewelry. So it's very difficult. There are some galleries that are workshop also, and this workshop teach jewelry and have a small space in the main entrance with some exhibition, but it's not very normal. It's not the same that in other countries. I know in Munich, for example, for the jewelry, the jewelry week, there are a lot of galleries of contemporary jewelry. I don't know. We were talking about these days. There's a great movement here in Hungary, in Romania, also in UK, also, but I don't know, in Spain, yeah, right now it's beginning, yeah. But in the rest, I don't know. In Germany, no? Probably, but only in Munich. I don't know if only in Munich. In Belgium, it's only. For my experience, there are a lot of authors from China, from Japan, yeah. But I don't know in Europe. I don't know if there's. Right now you know. Right now it's growing up in the schools, is a new generation. They are trying to see a lot of exhibition, trying to see new ideas, trying to carry new ideas, and it is a new version right now. With the in a lot, at least in Spain, there's a big craftsmanship. All the craft is the craft. It is right now very high. The idea of the craft, but I think that contemporary jewelry is not as craft. It is contemporary jewelry. It's art as contemporary, not as craft. There are, in this case, I don't know. It is probably another day of discussion about this one. I think that are more arts. How we organize? Well, the problem we organize the muestra from the. We think that it's organized and begin when the guidelines go out, no, from our studio. But first of all, we have to talk with the museum, even though 1 year before, when the muestra it is in the exhibition, we talk with the museum. Okay, next year we are going to stay from this day to the other day, and when we have all the dates with all the museums, it is that we become to write the guidelines and then to push it in the air. Okay. Where is well? This is a piece of an architect too. It is a pipe of a heater, a floating pipe of a heater with some vegetal objects. Okay. How we organize the muestra? Is that what I say? The guidelines we distributed among the clean doors, among some contact that we have, and in a specific magazine of contemporary jewelry. And then we expect to receive a lot of authors, but it is very funny because there are two main actors in the exhibition. Of course, the museum. If you don't have the museum, you don't have exhibition. But if we don't have authors, we don't have exhibition. So until the end of the guidelines, we don't know if we are going to have exhibition, because it depends on the number of authors that want to stay with us. So it is a time of a lot of nervous, because we don't know if you are going to have the project. This is the installation of the muestra. You know, in Spain, all the museums close on Monday. So all the museums want us to set up on Monday. It's impossible, of course. On Monday, prior the muestra. We have the opening on Friday. They want to set up on Monday. No, impossible. At least we don't spend 1 day only in the largest exhibition. So finally, we have to arrange something in order to realize the exhibition, all the exhibition. As I told you, it took us I don't know, at least 4 days for the longer, and 1 day in the case of only one showcase. It is easier. It's easier when they have a staff for the showcases. The pieces, okay. Once the curator select the pieces, select the authors, we send to each authors two PowerPoints with the pieces selected and the museum that is going to be these pieces. Okay. I don't tell you that our curator from the last 4 years, it is Lorena Martinez de Corral. Lorena Martinez de Corral, it is her mother is Maria del Corral, who was the director of the Reina Sofia Museum. So he's been always in art. He's curator of art, of painting, curator of Arco, curator of Stampa. So it is in the same line of our idea of art. No? So we always select a curator that have any relation with the art. So the pieces, okay, we send the pieces, and we receive all the package. And we open it, oh my God. All the pieces are not selected, so we have to change all this, the catalog, the brochure, or the pieces are less or more than the selected, or are different. So, we have a problem. So, even though when we receive all the pieces, then we receive it on December, with 2 months, at least 2 months, before the exhibition. It is like the present of the gift, because we open the bag and say, oh my God, it's beautiful. I want to touch it, I want to smell it. It's perfect on Christmas time to open all the package of the author, even though the little problem, no? So the exhibition in general is opening in February, but we need the pieces 2 months, in general in December. Why? Because the pieces that become from the UA is very easy. It is quickly, in 2 or 3 days, arrives to Madrid. But what happened with the pieces that become from China, for example? It takes 15 days to become to Spain. Another 15 days, 20 days to become to take it from the custom. It is a long, long time, so we need, you know it, Georgie. It takes at least 1 month. We are talking on that it is Christmas time. So Christmas time, at least in Spain, it is the end of the world. So, so we are on January, oh my God, the pieces are in the custom, oh no. So I remember in one exhibition, I don't remember, it was in the 4th. The opening was at 6, and I was at 4 in the airport, in the custom, taking the pieces, go around to the museum, open the showcases, put the pieces, and oh, hello, do the opening. And the day after, we have to take these pieces, because these pieces was exhibited in another museum, in a showcase, in a big showcase, only with an author, and was these pieces. So he had to take these pieces and go to the other museum at first hour in the morning and put these pieces. Even though finally we with a great exit. So as we can see, Georgie probably and Andrea could talk about this. And finally, the brochure. We consider that it's very important. We do a brochure, okay? And each author appears with one or the same pieces. My God, okay. With 2 pieces, with 2 pages, with an image of one of the pieces and the explanation of the pieces. Even though at the beginning there are a list of all the designer with their contact, okay, and the same for the rest of the museum. If you are exhibiting 2 museums, so your pieces appear in that, for example, for the Museo Cerralbo. And all the brochures from the beginning was the same size. It is 60-16. You can put it in the bag, so it's very, very easy to wear it. And change the color. This year is going to be blue. Okay, and all the facade banners and all the rest of the public papers and something like that have the the same color. And we sent three of these catalogs to each author while the pieces are returning. So this is a little, some of the pieces of this year. This is one of the museums, Museo Cerralbo, Museo de Arte Contemporáneo, Museo de Historia, Museo Cerralbo, Museo de Artes Decorativas, Imprenta, Madrid Joya, Museo Nacional de Artes, Lázaro Galdiano. Some of these museums are houses, museum houses, as we call houses museum in Spain. There is a collector of one person only. Have a big collector of painting, of jewelry, of chairs, of tables, and it's all are in very beautiful palace, a small palace, and they have their collection in this. For example, Lázaro Galdiano, Romanticismo also. Museo San Isidro is the Museum of History of Madrid, and the Museo Lope de Vega. Lope de Vega was a writer of the golden century, Spain. And this is the brochure. I'm going to pass it. This is the text of the museum, the list of the designer, for the contact, and then the pieces. Andrea, do you want to explain your pieces? Come with me. No? Yeah. No? Sorry. Sure. They don't need you. Huh? Okay. This girl, up, para atrás. Up, raise up. I don't know. This girl. How did you do? Where are they? No. Right. It was a girl who won the smoke award. This girl is from, I don't know, from Israel, from Israel. So this is the aspect of the book. There are some books that are upstairs. Anywhere, if you want another book, write me and I send you. This is the theory. You want to explain? No? Okay. Because there are. It's very interesting that when we open the package, or when we open the package, we can suppose that these pieces are from China, are from Europe, are from Japan, because their culture and their roots, it is inside of you. Even though you born in China and after, I don't know, when you study at the university in London, but you have your roots. So you express in your pieces, you express your roots and your culture. So we can imagine where are from the pieces, the different pieces, only by seeing. Yeah. It is not here, the 3D guys? No, the 3D Peters, I don't know. Left, okay. I don't want to begin a war about the 3D. No, okay, so I don't know how to. We do one exhibition is about the process, the creative process, and the drawing. For us, it's very important, the drawing. Okay, it is okay. I agree with the 3D programs that allow you to see in 3D. For me, it's very easy as architect to imagine the pieces for 3D. But for the jewelry, it's very important to draw. Even though if you draw well, if you draw bad, it doesn't matter, because there are a lot of details that you have to define. And if you don't define this detail, the 3D, all this program decided for you. And probably at the end, you have a pieces that you are not thinking about it. So it's very important that you do like this, no? You do well, okay, perfect, you can exhibit it. You do bad, no problem. But I'm deciding why I want to be my pieces. I invite you to carry all the time a little block like this, or small one, with a pencil, and in the bus, in the tube, wherever you want, waiting the doctor. Draw, draw, and draw. It is very important. For me, I know, probably I am the dinosaurs of the last century. Okay, so I did all my career of the architecture drawing. All the plans are drawing in pencil, and then I pass it in vegetal paper in ink. So for me, it's easy to draw. But I think, as a teacher says, I think with my hands, because you are drawing what are you thinking, so you are thinking with your hands. It's very important to feel the paper. At the same time, it is very important to feel the material where you are doing your pieces. Probably you think about one kind of pieces, and the pieces go alone. No, in this way, no, I want this way, no, and the pieces go, no, this way, okay. You want to go to this way, okay. But it's very important to do drawings. It doesn't matter if it's good or it's well or not well, but draw a lot. Draw with the details that you want to appear in your piece, and it's the best. I think it is the best to define your pieces. So for us, it's very important, and we do an exhibition of this place. Okay, there are the rest of the museum. Then the sponsor. This one are all the. You can see it is the same format, but in different colors of all the muestras. So, okay, the sponsor. We don't have a lot of sponsors, yeah. This year we are going to have in a very important acting houses, we are going to act in some pieces of some authors. I hope in December they are going to say that. Okay, do you have any question? No, all is clear? Okay, if you want a book this, there are upstairs. You have a question? No. Oh, thank you. Okay, upstairs there are some books. If there are not enough, if you want another one, you can ask me. Just write your mail here, your direction, and I send you. Okay, thank you very much. Nice to meet you.
Köszönjük szépen Magdaléna előadását. Most egy rövid kávészünet következik, és utána online Carlo Lucidi előadása jön, amelyet a kerekasztal követ, és azt fogja zárni a mai konferenciaprogramunkat. Úgyhogy jó pihenést ebben a pár percben.
I hear you from here and I hear you from the screen as well. Do you hear me? Like in the phone, yes, maybe, but also. Okay. Maybe we can take away the phone now since we hear each other. Yeah, better. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. Coffee shop. Coffee break. Yes. Mm-hmm. It's okay. If there are any, I am able to reply. Of course, yes. It's fine to me. Hear me? Do you continue speaking so you hear the volume? Okay. Hello. Nice. You have my video, yeah? Anything happens.
Gyertek, folytatjuk, köszönöm. Ez mindjárt, hadd üljenek le. Egy mondok előtt egy technikai. Először egy technikai információt szeretnék mondani. Érkezett kérdés, hogy a konferencia után lesz-e idő. Lesz körülbelül 1 óra a terveink szerint, amikor aki át akar öltözni, vagy egy kicsit pihenni, vagy bármit szeretne, azt meg tudja tenni. Nyilván a kiállítást is meg lehet nézni, tehát 7 órakor fog kezdődni a megnyitó és a díjátadó gála, ugyanitt. A másik fontos információ, hogy ennek a fiatalembernek hála, fent van a QR kódon a publications alatt az online katalógus. És tanultunk elődeinktől, amit Magdaléna mutatott, mindenkinek 2 oldal, egy fotó, bemutatkozás és az ékszer narratívája megtalálható online, úgyhogy használjátok, szeressétek, osszátok. Természetesen, aki az 500 karakter helyett 2000-et írt, az fog szembesülni ennek a látványával, de egyébként mindent megtettünk, hogy azért ez egy kulturáltan kezelhető kiadvány legyen, bár nem volt könnyű 2,5 oldalt kezelni 500-ban, de néha sikerült. Jó, ez volt a technikai információ, most pedig nagyon nagy szeretettel köszöntöm online a térben Olaszországból, Rómából Carlo Lucidit, aki a Carlo Lucidi Római Galéria nyilvánvaló tulajdonosa és vezetője, egyébként művész és kurátor. Egy nagyon izgalmas előadása lesz a Nexus, az anyag, a tárgy és az üzenet kapcsolatáról. Úgyhogy hallgassátok őt sok szeretettel, füleseket használja, akinek úgy érzi, hogy szüksége van, és akkor utána egy pár perc szünet után a kerekasztal beszélgetés fog következni, és azzal zárjuk a mély eseményt. Jöhet. Köszönöm.
I am ready. I hear my voice again. Switch off the phone. The microphone. I hear my voice back, coming back from the microphone. Okay. So good evening, everyone, and thank you, Georgi, for the invitation and for organizing such a special occasion to meet you all. I am unable to be personally with you this time, as I am quite busy in my gallery here in Rome, where in a couple of days there will be the opening of Tinka Lab Challenge, Jewelry Plus Travel. Maybe some of you is part of the exhibition too. This year we are hosting and organizing 6 exhibitions here, and we yearly offer at least 2 open calls for artists. I am curating at the moment also a selection of for a special pop-up store that will happen here in Rome in Piazza di Spagna. The deadline for this last project is today, so if some of you want to apply and haven't done it yet, there is this QR code here in the screen that will allow you to do this. And in case you won't be available or you're not interested in the pop-up shop, you can also send me your email address through email or through direct message on my social network profiles, and you will be included in my newsletter for artists. This is an instrument I use to inform everyone about the possibilities we offer. Now we go to the point. Thank you for joining me today, for engaging in the insightful exploration into the world of contemporary jewelry. Our focus is on the critical nexus where material and message intersect, creating pieces that are not just adornments, but powerful narratives in themselves. This is a field I explored in the exhibition I curated for my gallery on February earlier this year. And I hope it will be inspiring for those of you that would like to collaborate with a gallery within the next years, and especially my own gallery. Jewelry in its essence has always been more than a mere decoration. Throughout history, it has served as a symbol of status, a token of love, a talisman for protection, and a medium for personal expression. In contemporary jewelry, however, this role has expanded dramatically. Artists today are pushing boundaries using unconventional materials and innovative techniques to create pieces that are not just aesthetically pleasing, but also rich in meaning. The focus of our discussion today is the nexus, so the critical intersection, where material and message converge in contemporary jewelry. We'll delve into the work of 8 remarkable artists from around the world, each of whom uses their chosen medium to convey powerful narratives, challenge societal norms, and connect us to broader cultural and environmental contexts. As we explore their work, we'll see how the material itself, be it metal, glass, wood, or even digital processes, is not merely a medium, it is a voice. The choice of material, its texture, color, and even its origin is deeply intertwined with the message the artist wishes to convey. Today we'll explore the works of this artist, and some of them I am proud to say that they are part of this exhibition too. They exemplify this fusion, each bringing a unique perspective and a distinct voice in the world of contemporary jewelry. First artist is Fania C. She's an Italian artist whose work I described as an exuberant celebration of Mediterranean culture. On the first slide of each artist, you will have access to a QR code where you can see the link of the portfolio of the artist I'm talking about. I didn't put too many images because I wanted this speech to be quite easy to follow and not too long. But I am sure that through digital medium, you can be easily connected with all the other artists. Talking about Fania C, her jewelry is an intricate amalgamation of materials sourced from the Mediterranean basin, coral, turquoise, volcanic stones, and ceramics. But these are not just random assortments. Each piece tells a story of the region's rich history, its warmth, and its vibrant diversity. Fania C's work is a direct dialogue with the Mediterranean, where the materials is not just a carrier of message, but an active participant in storytelling. Through her work, we are reminded that the essence of a place can be encapsulated in the very material it produces. Fania C's work goes beyond the mere aesthetic. It embodies a visceral connection to the Mediterranean's history and culture. Her choice of materials and technique is not just visual references, but carry with them centuries of significance. The coral, for example, has been used in the Mediterranean for protection and healing, and it's still today. In Italy, we use it very much for this. It's often linked to the mythical Medusa, whose blood was said to have created the red coral upon contact with the sea. The volcanic stones formed from the heart of the earth represent resilience and transformation. Technically, her work is a blend of traditional craftsmanship with contemporary design, where she employs age-old techniques like lost wax casting or hand carving, alongside with modern methods. Each piece is a tactile exploration where the rough textures of natural materials contrast with the smoothness and polished surfaces, creating a dynamic interplay that engages both eye and hand. Fania C's creations are, in essence, wearable narratives, where each element contributes to a larger story of place, identity, and passage of time. Second artist is Lamia Saab. I wrote 3D printed provocation, and the ones who know her work already understood why. One moment for water. Here I am. So now we're moving to Lamia Saab. She's an American-Swedish artist who merges advanced technology with traditional craftsmanship. Her work is provocative, both in form and in content. Using a 3D printed technology and silver casting, she challenges societal norms and provokes thought. Her piece carries messages that confront issues such as decency, consumerism, racism, and social justice. The stark contrast between the sleek, modern lines of her 3D printed designs and the traditional medium of silver underscores the tension in her work, making her pieces not just jewelry but statements on the world we live in. Her work is a confluence of the old and the new, the technological and the traditional. Her use of 3D printing to create portraits of herself doing things marks a significant shift in the field of contemporary jewelry, linking directly to body and performative art. This process allows a precision and a complexity that would have had a completely different meaning if made by hand. In that case, focusing on a Baroque sense of the technique, while in this case, the game is completely different. The 3D printer becomes a way to translate imagination in an objective reality, translating digital designs into tangible objects. However, her artistry doesn't end with technology. Her ability to infuse these pieces with a potent social message is what makes the pieces unique. Lamia's work often challenges the viewer, using the medium of jewelry as a platform for social commentary. The silver, a material historically associated with wealth and status, is subverted in her hands to carry messages of resistance, critique, and provocation. The intricate designs often contain hidden elements like sharp edges, unexpected voids, or inscription, like in this case, creating a tension between beauty and discomfort. Her pieces are not just adornments, but tools for reflection and conversation, embodying the power of jewelry to be both personal and political. Third artist is Austin Turley, The Illusion of Fullness and Void. He's, of course, part of the exhibition. He's an American artist, bringing a sense of mystery to his work through his innovative glass casting technique. His jewelry plays with the concept of fullness and emptiness, where the very structure of the piece evokes the idea of void. His work invites us to consider that what is seen and what is unseen, what is present and what is absent. The solid glass forms seemingly dense and complete reveal an intricate interplay of light and shadows, suggesting that emptiness is as vital as fullness. His work reminds us that in art, as in life, what is left unsaid can be as powerful as what is spoken. This work is characterized by its play on the concept of a fullness and void that challenges traditional perception of volume in jewelry. His technique, shrouded in mystery, involves a unique fusion process that creates pieces with a deceptive density. The glass is always, often at least, blown or layered and sculpted to create an intricate form in jewelry. In this case, plays with light in a way that gives the impression of solidity while simultaneously suggesting emptiness. The way he manipulates glass to capture and reflect light has a completely contemporary taste. Another artist which is part of the exhibition is Inbara Veneri, of the Flow exhibition, I'm meaning, with her mythology reimagined. She's from Israel, and she draws inspiration from mythology, but with a twist. Her creations are not just a representation of known myths, but they are entirely new mythological creators, born from her imagination. Her jewelry, crafted from brass and silver gold-plated, blurs the line between the ancient and the contemporary, the real and the fantastical, Her work suggests that myths are not static, they evolve just as we do. The materials she uses, metal that is both strong and malleable, reflect the enduring yet adaptable nature of these narratives. Through her pieces, Imbar invites us to create our own myths, to see the magic of them every day by wearing the jewelry piece. Um, Her work is a fantastical journey into a world of her own creation, from design to poetry, where each piece of jewelry is not just an object, but a character with its own story. She draws on her deep knowledge of mythology and folklore, not to replicate ancient tales, but to invent new ones, not only the character, but also the shape. Her pieces often resemble creatures that are both familiar and otherworldly, blurring the line between the real and the imagined. Technically, her work excels in metalwork with a particular focus on brass and silver. Her process involves meticulous handcrafting technique through which she breathes life into metal. Now we go to, oh, we're still there, sorry. The textures she creates, whether rough like creator's skin or smooth like its scales, add to the narrative quality of her work a sense of reality. Each piece invites the wearer to step into a mythological narrative, to imagine the world from the perspective of the creators she conjures. The gold plating is not on her pieces merely for decoration. It's symbolic of the timelessness and universality of the myths she draws upon. Inbar's jewelry transcends the boundaries of adornment and becoming a wearable piece of art that connects the wearer to the ancient and the mythical. Nana Watanabe, Nature in Delicate Threads. Nana Watanabe is from Japan and offers a delicate and poetic approach to contemporary jewelry. Her pieces, made from fine veils and intricate embroidery, are inspired by the wonders of nature. Her work is an exploration of the ephemeral and the enduring, capturing the beauty of fleeting moments in materials that are delicate yet lasting. The use of a veil and thread is particularly poignant. These materials suggest transparency and fragility, yet in her hands they become symbols of the strength and the resilience found in nature. Nana's jewelry is a gentle reminder that there is profound beauty in the world around us, if only we take the time to notice. Nana Watanabe's jewelry captures the ephemeral beauty of nature in a way that is both delicate and profound. Her use of veil-like fabrics and intricate embroidery is a nod to traditional Japanese textile arts, yet her approach is distinctly contemporary. Nana's work is characterized by its lightness and its intricate detailing, where each thread seems to carry with it the essence of a flower petal, a skin, or a gust of wind. Technically, her pieces require immense skill and patience in the preparation and design, with each stitch and fold contributing to a larger composition that appears almost weightless. The materials she uses, mostly synthetic silk and delicate threads, are chosen not just for their aesthetic qualities, but for their symbolic resonance. Silk, for instance, represents purity and the flow of life, while the veil suggests mystery and the unseen. Nana's work is deeply influenced by the Japanese concept of mono no aware, the beauty of transient things. Her pieces often evoke a sense of fleetingness, like a cherry blossom that blooms and falls in a matter of days, capturing a moment in time that is as precious as the impermanent. In her hands, jewelry becomes a poetic reflection on the impermanence of life and the beauty that can be found in fleeting moments. Bernadau, calligraphy as a hidden message. Lebanese artist Bernadao integrates the art of Arabic calligraphy into her jewelry, embedding within it messages that celebrate diversity and promote self-worth. Berna's pieces are more than ornamental. They are wearable art with a purpose. The elegant curves of Arabic script are used not just as a decoration, but as a medium for conveying powerful, uplifting messages. Often these messages are hidden within the design, revealed only for those who take the time to look closely. This work beautifully illustrates how art can be both personal and universal, speaking to the individual experiences while also addressing to broader social themes. Berna's work is a powerful exploration of language, identity, and cultural heritage. Her use of Arabic calligraphy in jewelry is not just a decorative choice, but a deeply symbolic act. Each piece of jewelry is imbued with layers of meaning, often containing motivational phrases or proverbs that celebrate diversity and resilience. The result is a collection of jewelry that feels both ancient and contemporary, connecting the wearer to a rich linguistic tradition, preserving it while also offering a modern interpretation of that tradition. The calligraphic forms are often abstracted, becoming almost like a secret code that only those who understand the language can decipher. This sense of hidden knowledge adds an intimate layer to her work, making the act of wearing one of her pieces a personal experience of connection to one's roots and values. Bernadao's jewelry serves as a reminder of the power of language and the importance of preserving and celebrating cultural diversity in an increasingly globalized world. Another artist that is part of the exhibition is Daria Lutzkiewicz, Stories in Black Wood. Daria Lutzkiewicz from Belarus brings a sense of place and history into her work through the use of black bog oak wood, a material that is deeply rooted in her homeland. Daria's jewelry tells the story of the land from which the wood comes, its ancient forests and peat bogs. The material, with its dark, rich tones, carries with it the weight of centuries, making each piece not just a decorative item, but a connection to the past. Through her work, Daria reminds us that the materials have stories to tell, stories that are tied to the land, to the history, and to the culture. Her work is profound meditation on materiality and memory. Her use of bogwood, a material that has been buried and preserved in peat bogs for thousands of years, is central to her artistic practice. This ancient wood, rich with history and stories untold, becomes the foundation for her jewelry. The process of working with bogwood is challenging, as the material is both dense and fragile, requiring a careful and deliberate approach. Here, technique involves carving and polishing the wood to reveal its unique grain and texture, creating pieces that are as much about the material itself as they are about the forms she imposes on it. Each piece of jewelry is a dialogue between the artist and the wood, a conversation that respects the material's inherent quality while transforming it into something new. The deep black of the bogwood, contrasted with occasional inlays of pearls and other materials, evokes a sense of depth and mystery, drawing the viewer into the piece's history. Daria's jewelry is not just an object to be worn, but a piece of the Earth's history, a reminder of the passage of time and the enduring connection between the natural world and human culture. Wenyin Jiang, Kinetic Universality. Finally, we have Wenyin Jiang from China, whose kinetic jewelry transcends cultural and linguistic barriers through movement. Wenying species, which incorporate glass spheres, silver, hematite, and pearls, are not static objects, but dynamic entities. The movement of these elements create a universal language, one that speaks of balance, harmony, and change. Wenying's work invite interaction, encouraging the wearer to engage with the piece, to set it in motion, and to become part of the story it tells. In her hands, jewelry becomes a living thing, a reflection of the ever-changing world in which we live. Wenyin Jiang's work is a fascinating exploration of movement and interaction in jewelry. Her kinetic pieces, often involving elements like rotating sphere or sliding parts, invite the wearer to engage with the jewelry in a tactile way. The technical challenges of creating such dynamic pieces are significant, requiring precision engineering to ensure that each moving part functions smoothly without compromising the overall aesthetics. Wenyin Jiang's background in traditional metalwork and modern design is evident in the seamless integration of form and function in her work. The materials she chooses, glass, silver, gold, hematite, and pearls, each contribute to the kinetic experience. Glass adds a sense of fragility and transparency. Silver provides strength and luster. Hematite introduces a grounding element with its weight, and pearls bring in an organic softness. These materials are carefully balanced to create pieces that are not only visually striking but also harmonious in their movement. Wenying's work transcends the conventional boundaries of jewelry, turning each piece into a miniature sculpture that comes alive with the wearer's movement. Her jewelry becomes a universal language, one that speaks of the interconnectedness of all things through the simple yet profound act of motion. In conclusion, the artists we've explored today exemplify the profound connection between material and message in contemporary jewelry. Each of them uses their chosen medium not just to create beautiful objects, but to convey ideas, tell stories, and provoke thought. They remind us that jewelry is not merely an accessory, but a powerful form of expression, an axis where the tangible and the intangible meet. As we've seen, the materials these artists choose are not just passive elements of their design, they are active participants in narrative, carrying with them stories, histories, and messages that are that add depth and meaning to the final piece. Whether it's cultural significance of Mediterranean materials, the social commentary embedded in silver, and 3D printing, the mysterious allure of glass, or the ancient wisdom of bogwood, these materials are integral to the message each artist seeks to convey. I hope this exploration has given you a deeper appreciation of the complexity and richness of contemporary jewelry. I thank you for your attention, and I open if any one of you have questions, and especially if I'm able to reply. Thank you. Be good with questions. Okay. Thank you. Hi. So we will speak later for the awarding night. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Oh, never mind, I'm here. Okay. Thank you a lot, and I wish you a good continuation of the evening. Bye. Hugs for everyone.
Hangpróba. Szuper, köszi.
Sziasztok! Szeretnénk a kerekasztalt elkezdeni. Mi is szeretnénk egy picit mozogni, utána pihenni és felkészülni az esti megnyitóra. Megköszönjük, hogyha akiket érdekel, azok bejönnek, és folytathatjuk a mai estét, hogy aztán le tudjuk zárni a következő eseményeink előtt. Köszönjük szépen, hogyha bejöttök a terembe, akiket érdekel. Oké, van még valaki kint, aki bejönne? Akkor azt tegye meg. Is there anybody outside who is interested in the roundtable discussion? Please come into the conference room. Okay. We talk in English just to make it easier for the interpreters and for the online streaming. So please use your items for translation. Okay, I need asked for help. It's for 25 years that I've been doing a science based on analogical and symbolical thinking. All this can be traced back to the age of the Chaldeans in Mesopotamia. As far as I believe, every move, every colors, every forms, and manifestation in the whole world communicate the message of the one who creates it. So from that point, the people around us understand it, even so they don't know it by reason. This is my belief, and I think this is true for everything, including jewelry too. And I think during this day, you are talking about the same idea from several points of view. So if you were the creators at the moment, how would you begin creating your jewelry for the topic personal narrative spaces? Your own jewelry. How do you start the process? You read an open call, personal narrative spaces. Oh, this is my term. So how would you start to prepare your jewelry for that topic?
I guess my process is slightly different because what I do is gather together objects. It's the objects become the catalyst for generating ideas, and that is probably the most difficult part for me. So I have in my studio a table and drawers full of small things to make jewelry, and so when I'm creating any work, I just start joining together different elements that make up a sort of composition, and then it starts to have some sort of narrative theme. And that can take weeks. It can take weeks to do maybe a small group of looking at those objects every day and just passing the table and moving things around until I'm satisfied I have a narrative. The making of the piece is very quick. It can take 2 days to make a piece because actually the hard work has been done generating the idea. Now the objects have the narrative of their source, so it just depends where I have found these objects, and that is maybe about place, about people, experiences, and so on. But that's really my process in generating a design, a piece.
For me, as I told before, I begin drawing and drawing. I have a lot of blocks with drawing, with no sense, no, just drawing. And suddenly, I take one and I think it would be a pretty piece of jewelry. And I become to develop this idea with more drawings, of course. And finally, I do some part in wax, some part in metal, and that's my items for a new piece of jewelry. Just drawing for me it is essential. Sorry, perhaps I'm not the typical jewelry. In the beginning I don't have an idea of I'm going to do a piece about the pandemic. No. Sorry, no. Just probably after to select the drawing, the design, and to develop this design, I have a new idea about, this can mean in that one. Yes, yeah. Probably it is in my mind, but I don't know it. And after develop the pieces, I think, I want to say that, yes. So probably it's in the process is not the line, the same line than the other author. I don't know.
I think that's exactly what we would do with students. You know, the drawing is the first thing you begin with, because not every student wants to make narrative jewelry. It's not important to them.
Yeah.
What is important is the drawing.
Yeah.
And once you've got the drawings developed, you hone down the drawings to distill to maybe the finished idea, take it to the bench, test,
and do it. Yeah.
test it and make it.
Yeah.
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 So yeah.
So I'm a student. Thank you. For whole life, yes. All of us. Yeah. For whole life, just studying. So.
Okay, thank you. I wonder if to communicate a message so important for you, you would use a provocative or a generally acceptable way of doing so?
You know, the message, if there is a message, is simply my message for me. It's not necessarily for anyone else's benefit. So, as I was saying during the lecture, the person who inevitably purchases the piece has to see their own story. It has to be their narrative. They don't want a piece of my life. They want to connect with the imagery and, you know, establish the storyline that will take the piece forward. And it's interesting because you know, because I was saying you sell your work mostly through galleries, and you don't often meet the people who buy your work. But I have spoken to one or two who want to know my story, so I will reluctantly explain the piece, but only if they're prepared to tell me why they want to buy it, what's their story. And very often there is a sort of crossover, but sometimes it's completely different. And that's good. I mean, I'm quite happy. Because once the piece is gone, all I want left is an image. I've got an image, I've got a record. The piece is no longer mine, it's gone. So it has to be their story that takes it forward. Because that becomes, hopefully, if they've paid enough money for it, an heirloom of their family, and they will pass it on to children or other relatives. So it has to be their story.
Yeah, I think that my pieces are not provocative because I think it is to be in the style of the moment. It is dangerous because passes the age, as you say, passes to your son, to your grandson, and the style of this moment is probably going to be bad for for the rest of your years. It is the same in architecture. Be careful what are you doing, because this building is going to survive you. So be careful. so one thing that doesn't matter is plastic. Okay, I throw out and there's no problem. But this piece is the same. That is, any piece of art is going to survive you. You're going to pass to your son. So I don't like very much, or no, I don't like for me very much this kind of provocative pieces. Or yes, most. yeah. I'm not that provocative with my pieces, neither with my building.
Okay, thank you. So the last question, because I think all of us is over a hard day. So, and we have some more, maybe more interesting and social things to do with other colleagues. So, what would you recommend the artists present here to do in the future in view of the current exhibition of jewelry?
Probably the best advice I was ever given by another jeweler was don't compromise. You know, don't give in to the very commercial aspect. I mean, it's difficult. You've got to make a living. If you're trying to make a living as a jeweler, you have to compromise because there aren't that many collectors buying these one-off pieces, which are very expensive. For you to survive on that alone. So, but the advice I got was don't compromise, stick to the work that you get most from, enjoy making, and it means something. And that's what I would recommend.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you because right now we are all obsessed with Instagram. And I need to appear in Instagram every day and then with this, with that. But I think it's not necessary for being, I don't know, a recognized jewelry or a recognized another profession. But probably you need to do another thing to survive. Because it's very difficult. You probably survive selling your pieces, but probably the rest of the people, it's very difficult for them to sell it. So we have too many, I don't know if I did it, we have too many authors that do a commercial line, live from the commercial line, and in the free time, he do these pieces that are the pieces that they want to do, and they enjoy doing this kind of pieces. Or they have another profession and they do this kind of pieces in their time life. But don't be obsessed with expose to appears in Instagram, to do all the to go to do all the open calls to, because probably finally your pieces are not as good as it could be.
Thank you very much for all day here, and meet everybody at 7 tonight with the opening and awarding night. So please enjoy your free time, relax, dress up, and we meet everybody at 7 hours. Thank you so much.
Thank you.